Good morning and welcome to day 2. I hope everyone is rested and rejuvenated and ready to start another day of timely topics that you just can't miss out on. How are you ladies doing this morning? It's such a lovely Saturday here in San Diego. You doing well?
So sunny, so beautiful outside.
Thank you. Love San Diego. Well, before we start, we hope that you all had a chance to have one-on-one calls with our event platform Swap Card earlier this morning. Or perhaps you joined the investor networking event hosted by the Impact Seat. The day has just begun, so please take advantage of this AI-powered platform to meet new people, send connection requests, and network away.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Hopefully you networked. So, and just like yesterday, we have a great lineup of sessions and speakers today. But before we start, let's kick off day 2 with a morning toast. I'm super excited about this, putting it out there. Joining us today is our very own Lauren Rowley, Director of Stella Angels. She is at our in-person venue, the Well Community for Women in La Mesa, California. Hello, Lauren. How's it going over there? Oh my goodness, there they are. Lauren, you're doing so good.
Good morning. Good morning. We are so excited to be here. My name is Lauren Rowley. I'm the Director of Investor Relations for Stella Angels. Stella Angels is an all-femme angel network that invests in female-led ventures, and we are so excited for today. We've got the Women's Fast Pitch Finals happening, and Stella Angels is super honored to be able to offer investment opportunities for all companies featured. We've got SPVs, special purpose vehicles for accredited investors, and we're doing those for Lilu, Neuro Rehab VR, Donna, and Therabee. Pandir and Lean Orb are going to be doing a raise a little bit later on, but we also have an amazing opportunity on WeFunder for Obange, as well as for Nostalgic that we're drinking, and Lips. I am joined here today by Kara Lee, co-founder of the Well Community Working Space for Women, and I will turn it over to her. Kara, thank you so much for hosting us here today.
Oh my gosh.
And yesterday.
Yes, it has been the biggest honor. Y'all, we are loving this. We are loving having many powerful women in the same room. It is mind-blowing. And so after the talk yesterday, I was just so affirmed that the Well is doing exactly what we need to be doing to help women re-enter the workforce or not leave. And talk specifically really resonated with me yesterday. We are a female-only co-working space, but we offer childcare. So that is kind of the kicker,
Yes.
Makes it amazing. So you can be here and you can peek through the window and look at your little ones and feel so good about getting your work done. So we are just an awesome place for women to come and be in deep community with each other. What we're noticing is that we're actually facilitating community for children, and they're loving this place. Everybody, every single day, at least somebody cries when they leave because they don't want to go home.
So cute.
We're having so much fun. But the other last piece about what we do is that we're partnered with 6 nonprofits in San Diego, helping women coming out of trafficking, domestic violence, pregnancy, teen moms are some of our demographics that we're helping, and just supporting them by having them come into this space for free, using it, and so our donors can know that that is exactly what their money is going to, is helping women in need. So we just feel so good about what we're doing right now.
Yes.
We're happy as well.
That's awesome. Well, I feel so good being in this space. What you've built here is truly inspirational, and any women would love to come here. I have a little one myself and would love to be able to have a place to peek through the window and see her playing as I'm getting work done. So speaking of that work, we are all about investing in women. And I want to talk a little bit about what that means, because not only is it solving a problem that only 2.3% of women are getting funding, but it's also envisioning a future. It's envisioning a future where we see more justice, not only for women, but for people of color, where we're able to help Black and Brown, Indigenous founders get the access to capital so that they can build wealth. And why is building wealth important? Well, if you weren't listening to Sally yesterday, she gave you tons of reasons about that. But at the end of the day, this is how we can actually achieve justice. when people have money, they have power. And we're all about power here at Stella. So I would encourage you to think about a way that you could invest today, whether through WeFunder or through an SPV, and think about other small ways you can give back. We have a Stella Labs shop featuring amazing t-shirts and tank tops, pillows, have stuff for babies. I got a couple onesies for my little one. All of the proceeds go to supporting female entrepreneurs who are building their businesses. So consider buying something amazing, supporting women in business. And I'd like to kick off our morning. So we're kicking off for two things. One, building wealth among women, and two is National Latinx Heritage Month. It kicked off on September 15th. It goes through October 15th, and we're really excited to be celebrating and wanted to just give a special shout out to everyone celebrating amazing Latinx heritage. Cheers!
Cheers!
Cheers! Cheers! Hey, hey, hey!
Thank you so much for coming to us from the well. It was super exciting to see what's going over there. It's not just the two of those over there in the well, but a whole community and a whole group of ladies over there at the well. So thank you for hosting us and making sure that we have some kind of in-person component for those that feel comfortable. So really excited, but I'm really excited that you're here as well, virtually through the Swap Card platform. So as you know, we gathered data before this event. We're kind of data-driven a little bit, you know, like a little bit. We're a little obsessed with data, right? Making sure that we know what are the types of women that are in the room, how can we make a difference? And we discovered that 72% of you are first-time attendees. So welcome to the family, welcome to the community. Yes, hopefully you're having a great time. And 40% of you heard about us from a colleague. So when you post those things on LinkedIn or Twitter or on Instagram, it makes a difference. And that's how we raise up these boats, because a rising tide lifts all boats. Yes. Everybody's voice counts. Yes. So some other fun facts about the attendees at this virtual Women's Venture Summit are that about 60% are entrepreneurs. Sorry. 25% are investors, and 15% are community members. Our team also took a deeper look at our attendees, and we are excited to announce that 84 investor groups, networks, and VCs are present at the Women's Venture Summit with gender lens priority, which means investing in women entrepreneurs wanting gender parity, and their investor groups are investing in femtech and other technologies that are led and driven by diverse female leaders and founders. Writing checks matter, representation matters, and relationships matter.
Speaking of relationships, in addition to our event sponsor, we recognize that this ecosystem is more than just the founders and the funders. Our community partners play a crucial role in supporting the vision of getting to even. Thank you to our following partners: The Brink, Village Up, Startup, Changing Tides Movement, Flick, Startup San Diego, Women Founders Network, Connected Women of Influence, Female Founders Alliance, and the Association of Military Spouse Entrepreneurs. Power to fly and join the journey.
Day 2 is going to be incredible. Are you excited, Elaine?
I am thrilled. I'm ready. I am ready.
I know, so many speakers, so many wonderful things. We have 2 live panels coming up to talk about things about women's empowerment. And it's so exciting to see these speakers coming in to share their wealth of knowledge, right?
It is, and I think it's the experience. The one thing that I think is valuable is the fact that when we go through certain things in life, it's not just so that we can get through to the other side, but also so that we can share it with other people. I think there's power in being able to share our message and share our journey, because it helps to uplift other female founders.
Yeah, and we're actually going to talk about that. Like, what are the actionable things we can do to turn around and say, how can I help you?
Yeah, yes. And that value, I think that, how we can help. Of course, I'm an investor, so I'm always like, right, check checks, investors, come on, right? If you like an entrepreneur, you're doing due diligence, write that check. But it's also mentoring.
Yes.
We talked yesterday also about championing from the founder of Elvest talked about it. Championing, mentoring, making sure that we are connecting. And that's not just in the corporate world. You find that, right, Raven, and all the entrepreneurs that you advise at Stella Labs, right? You're like making sure that you are mentoring. Let's say you're very good in marketing. You want to mentor the person that is more of a business person.
Absolutely.
Looking at all those things.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So now back to the panels. We have 2 live panels, one of which will answer your questions live, which is really exciting. Then we have one of the attendees' favorites, the Women's Fast Pitch Finals. Woohoo! This is a live pitch competition. It is live. It is not recorded prior to, so the entrepreneurs are a little bit, on edge. So support them. Where you join a mock investment group afterwards and help decide which founder should win, and the one who wins gets the most amount of funding from you as an audience. So you're really feeling that piece of the investor deal. So lastly, you will certainly want to stick to the very end to hear from Hello Alice team. She's a fan, so we're just going to go that route. And their closing keynote. I'm excited about it.
I am so excited. Oh my gosh, that's kind of my morning ritual, really.
Oh,
it's
really?
just, get up, check my email, and I go to see what does Hello Alice have for me today.
Well, today they have their founder.
And I did not learn about them until the pandemic. Somehow something came across my desk, and I am a believer. And I go there and get so many resources. It's incredible. So I love it. I'm so excited. So I'll be here until the end of the day, for sure. So let's do it. I have the privilege of introducing our very first panel for this morning, titled It Isn't Tinder. Okay, respectful relationship building between founders and funders. This panel will discuss the secrets to building constructive relationships between a founder and an investor. Now, the last 10 minutes will be dedicated to live Q&A, so feel free to ask your burning questions in the question lab in the chat. Now, as an etiquette expert, I am especially excited to listen to this panel about social graces in the startup land. Our panelists today include the following: Lauren Washington, she's the co-founder and CEO of Funder. Daphne Che, she is the principal at Montage Ventures, and Alex Walters, director of Connect, all at the Jacobs Center. And moderating your panel will be Debbie Chen, founder and CEO of Hydrostasis. Thank you all so much for joining us this morning.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you for joining. So I will give a little bit more background on everybody. So we have today Lauren Washington. She is lots of things. She is the co-founder of Black Women Tech Talk, TED Talk Association, and Funder. And she has an MBA from Northwestern, Kellogg School of Management. She started her career as a special education teacher for Teach for America. And in 2019, Lauren combined her mission to help Black women create the next billion-dollar business with her passion for helping women get funded by creating Funder, a platform that automates seed investing by creating portfolios for vetted startups and for angel investors. And she's a 2021 Forbes Next 1,000 honoree. So welcome, Lauren. Next we have Daphne Che. She is a principal at Montage Ventures, an early stage fund investing in financial services, e-commerce, and digital health startups. Daphne has an academic background where she earned a PhD in physical chemistry from Stanford. And she has been with Montage since the early days of the fund and is now leading the consumer investment arm at the firm. So welcome, Daphne.
Hi, everyone. Nice to be here.
And last but certainly not least, we have Alex Waters. Alex is currently the director of Connect All at the Jacobs Center, the first low to moderate income and diversity-focused accelerator program in San Diego. Connect All provides a 4-month program with weekly workshops, mentorship, and community. And he just graduated their 4th cohort And with a grand total of 52 companies, Alex is a connector, an ecosystem builder, a cheerleader, a planner, and if you talk to him for long enough, he'll even admit that he is a DJ. So welcome, Alex.
I don't know about the last DJ part, but yes, thanks. I'm excited to be here.
So we selected all of you guys to be on the panel because as a founder, I have come upon some very amazing, respectful relationships between my investors and potential investors, but also I've also come upon some situations that were not so respectful. And I found that, there is a little bit of a finesse here, right? So I would just love to hear your perspectives from your different capacities on how you've sort of come about building respectful relationships. So the first question goes to Alex. As the director of an accelerator program, how do you teach your entrepreneurs how to build respectful relationships? Are there specific things that underrepresented founders need to be particularly aware of?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And I think there's a couple places. So one, we try to sort of ease people into getting into those kinds of relationships by having them work with mentors. And that's a big piece of slowly starting to build what it looks like in this arena. Because for a lot of folks, they're entering into a completely new space. And there are rules in the new space that they may not necessarily be aware of, right? Just because you might have been in one field doesn't mean that when you move into entrepreneurship, it's the same things in terms of communication, timelines of communication, how you're working with folks. So that's the first thing that I would say. And then the next piece is really building and leveraging networks. So once you've built those networks, to really take time to sort of ask questions about people, find out, what are the kinds of things that need to happen? How often should I email someone? Is it great to follow up with a call? What are these different kinds of things that sort of lay that groundwork? Because again, like I said, there are specific kind of rules, right? There's rules of every scenario or social interaction, and you have to kind of learn what those are over time. But you can get help from other individuals, whether it's other folks in like an accelerator program or other entrepreneurs that you come across and you meet.
That is so important, and part of that is really just experience, right? And so I found that if you find somebody that's just a few steps ahead, that has just experienced exactly what you are trying to do at the moment, that is extremely helpful. I do want to note that we are taking questions on the Swap Card app. So if any of our viewers have questions, please just type it in and I will be able to answer or ask our panelists the questions at the end of the panel. So the next question is for Lauren and Daphne. So Lauren first, being a Black female founder in tech is tough. Can you tell us a time when you were perhaps disrespected by an investor and how you dealt with that situation?
So I think that I'm an entrepreneur for about 8 years now, and I've probably seen it all when it comes to investor relationships. I think there are instances where people would say things that they probably like one time I had someone ask me why I wanted to be an entrepreneur versus being at home in the kitchen and having kids, with a man. I've had people see my Blackness to get funding because people are just writing any Black person a check right now, which is, when we look at the data, is far from the truth. But I think in general, most of the interactions I have are not that egregious. I think oftentimes what happens is there's a pretty significant power dynamic, particularly in the early stages of raising money, when founders are looking for money and they're trying to prove themselves and they need someone to take a risk on them. And I think what often happens and what that leads to are more subtle ways of having disrespectful relationships, like staying, right? You're having a conversation, a promise is made, or there's interest shown, and then that person falls off the face of the earth, right? You never hear back from them again. Or stretching out the time that it takes to make decisions, and having people sort of follow up and continue to move the goalposts again when you know you're not going to invest in them. I think at the end of the day, founders are incredibly busy. They are building their businesses and raising money at the same time. And so I think the most respectful thing you can do is acknowledge that your time and their time is just as precious, and treat them with respect that you would treat any of your other as well.
Yeah, I'm laughing because I have experienced all of those as well. So Daphne, I want to give you a time to respond as an investor, right? Because most founders don't know that investors are also treated with disrespect. And so, can you tell us about a time when a founder disrespected you and how you dealt with that?
Yeah, in my case, so I started as an intern at Montage, on the early days, and I came from academia with no operating experience. So, especially in the early days, sometimes entrepreneurs would question my ability to understand and to be able to evaluate their business, especially because I ended up saying no many of the times. And how I dealt with it are two things. One, I always do my homework, and it's something that I still do today. I always come to a meeting or when I join a call with entrepreneurs, making sure that I spend the time to learn as much as I can about the industry, about their business, and come prepared with a list of questions. That's also my way to show the entrepreneurs that I respect their time and I expect the same way. Um, Secondly, I also recognize that the relationship between VC and a founder is a long-term partnership. It's not a transaction. So if there's sign of disrespect from the get-go that is unconstructive and is not cannot be reconciled, then that's also a sign that the partnership might not work. So it's time to move on.
Yeah, that's right. I think the most important thing on both sides is to not waste each other's time, right? I think we're all very busy, and so the time is of the essence. So this question goes to Alex. Through advising 52 companies, you must have come across some good and some bad behaviors. What are the most common mistakes or assumptions that founders or investors make that lead to these bad behaviors?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, if you kind of go back to sort of talking about assumptions, is that people assume that they know things about individuals based on a very small slice of the information that they've been given, right? Especially for whether it's investors or actually in some cases founders as well. Just because you've read someone's bio doesn't mean that you know a lot about them as a person or a lot about their background. And so I think that that's where a lot of the challenge comes in, where people are assuming certain kinds of things, right? Assuming certain, whether it's wants or where somebody wants to go with their business or who they actually may know. And so I think that's a really big piece of it. And then I think the other part is boundaries are a great thing, whether that's from the standpoint we already talked about, like time, right? Understanding what the time is, the time constraints, how long you should be engaging or talking to someone about something. Like those are really important. But I think for a lot of founders, especially some of the ones that I work with that are underrepresented, like it becomes tough because it's counterintuitive. And people feel like, well, if someone asks me to do X, I should do X because they're an investor. But trusting your gut and being like, you know what, I don't feel comfortable with this, or I don't want to do this, or this doesn't seem like the pathway with which I want to go, is actually a great thing. And so those are the kind of the two places that I would say lead to kind of some challenging scenarios sometimes between founders and investors.
Yeah, that's I completely agree, but actually I think that's very, very difficult for an early stage founder as well, because you're trying to learn, right? And so when somebody that you think is a mentor that has been there for a long time suggests something, you're like, oh yeah, I have to go do that. But a lot of times we have to just trust ourselves and trust our business. So thank you for that, Alex. And so I want to move. You touched a little bit on stereotypes and assumptions, right? And so I want to ask Daphne this next question. Asian women, and of course, being an Asian woman, I've experienced this as well, are often called, too nice in the startup world. So, how do you maintain this very Asian culture of being respectful and, if you will, nice, while working in this, egocentric, aggressive startup world in Silicon Valley?
Yeah, first of all, for the record, no one has ever called me too nice. And then, with a negative connotation, it hasn't happened to me yet, but I get the question. I think, if being nice is my stereotype, and I will embrace it without getting too philosophical here, but I think the world will become a better place if people are genuinely nice to each other. At the same time, I also think that being nice and being ultra competitive and competent are not mutually exclusive. Um, and for the second part of the question, how do I maintain the nice personality in this competitive space? Yeah, a few things. One, again, going back to me making sure that I show the entrepreneur the respect first. And second is being surrounding myself with like-minded people and learn from them, being my support system. There are a lot of different type of people in VCs, and we're all competitive, but there are also people that are also competitive and kind at the same time. And third thing is just making sure that I stay in my lane and stay focused in what I need to do, what my job is, and that is to deliver value to my portfolio founder, to my fund, and to my LPs, while learning and continuously grow as an individual. So yeah, I guess that's how I deal with it.
That's awesome. Well, I am sure your inbox is going to get a couple of hits after this because we are looking for nice and respectful and confident and competitive investors. So thank you, Daphne. And Lauren, this question goes to you because Black females are often stereotyped as being too loud or too aggressive. How do you respond to those assumptions, and how have you kind of navigated this stereotype?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think from my earlier stories, you can hear it coming out sometimes in the conversations and the interactions that you have with investors, but most of the time it's really not overt. I think what ends up happening is that there is an unconscious bias that comes into play when you are evaluating a startup or their business that is run by someone who doesn't fit the mold, right? Every time you have something that falls outside of the mold, it feels risky, right? It feels like it's not something that's going to reflect what you've seen in the past in terms of success. So that's where those unconscious biases end up coming in when you're looking at someone's deck. There was a report that came out by Doxen that said people look at the decks of men for longer than they look at the decks for women and minorities, and that even that 15 seconds of an additional time spent on the deck can lead to significantly more money that those people get, right? So it's pulled in ways like that, and it's pulled in ways in terms of warm introductions and how I'm asking, are they promotional questions, or are they questions that detract from your business? So I think at the end of the day, being aware that these things are happening is probably the most important thing for a founder. But I would flip this question in that it's not necessarily our job to change those structural issues. I think it's really about everyone understanding that there's a system of bias, that we all share it. It's not just a single type of person who has this bias and is bringing it into these interactions. There's a number of things that we can do in order to make sure we're removing it as much as possible. So for example, opening up your applications and not only taking warm introductions, or making sure you have a really set process for how you're looking at these companies and evaluating them, and doing that fairly for everybody. So I think at the end of the day, it's not just on the individual who's experiencing that issue or experiencing that bias, it's on the entire system to make these changes.
Wow. Yeah. Thank you so much for that, Lauren. That was lots of good information and data to support that as well. Yeah, I think we all have a lot to learn, right? And I think just being open to learning and making mistakes, and and moving forward and building those relationships. I think the best relationships for me have been not just perfect, to start off with. It's more like an iterative process. And if you make a mistake and you come back to it, and then you kind of build this understanding and trust. And I think those for me are the most solid relationships. So we've spent some time asking about what not to do, or things that perhaps are on the misbehavioral side. But we also have had really great relationships. I just want to give some time to that, to sort of highlight what that looks like, right? So maybe we can start off with Daphne. What is one relationship that you've had with a founder that just worked out so brilliantly and amazing, and you wish every other founder would be like that? Can you give us an example?
Yeah, I have more. I have more than one, actually. So, but I'll say it in more of a high level, and really it's the opposite of what we just all discussed, right? That's the mutual respect, the trust that come from both sides as well. And so on our side, from my side, as an early stage investor, when we make an investment in a founder, it's not only because we're excited about the market opportunity or the metrics. Sometimes there's no metrics because we often are the first check in. So the biggest part for us is actually the founder. We are big fans of our founders, and we believe in their vision. And so some of my best relationship with founders are the ones where I am continuously inspired by them. They're so talented. They work hard, great ethic, and so intelligent in the way they view the world, the way they view issue, the way they solve it, and the way they build great product or user experience. And I continuously learn from them. And on the other hand, these founders also understand my strength, where they can lean in me to leverage me for help. And that could be fundraising strategy, it could be investor relationship, investor network, or recruiting strategy, etc. So it's a mutual relationship where both sides can learn and grow, and there's trust as well.
Awesome. That sounds amazing. All right. Well, and I'm going to ask the same thing to Lauren, but Lauren, you have relationships between founders and investors. And so, maybe you can give us that perspective as well. As, is there a difference in building relationships between founders versus investors? And what does a great relationship to you look like?
Absolutely. I 100% agree with Daphne. I think it's that mutual respect and trust that comes in over time, because when you end up taking investment as a founder, or giving it as an investor, you're committed to those people for 10 years and maybe even more. So you want to make sure you're coming into it on the same level, and understanding each other, and making sure you want the best and you're going towards the same goals at the end of the day. I would say I have also had a lot of really great investor relationships, and they all come down to, again, that respect and trust. I'll give it an example. We went through the Sputnik Accelerator last year, run by Joe and Oksana, and they do an incredible job of, in the initial stages, making very clear and transparent what the evaluation looks like, what the program looks like, what their expectations are. And then after, they've done a great job of building out community, not only among the other founders that are in the program and the alumni, but with themselves too. I think they've been incredibly active, but also understand that they don't need to have a heavy hand in every part of our business, right? So they've made it clear that the communication is open, and we're rooting for you, and we're helping you, and we're giving you a seat at the table when we see it. This is your business, and we are part of growing that business. So I think that's a great example of an investor that from the beginning and throughout has been a really, I would say, the pinnacle of what investor relationships should look like. But at the end of the day, it truly is about building this relationship between founders, between investors. At the end of the day, we're all people. And I think just making sure that you're creating an atmosphere in your relationship that you want to continue with and you're both happy in over time is the key.
Yeah, my saying is always just be a good human, right? If you're just at the default, be a good human. I think we're already a step ahead here. So Alex, the same question to you. You must have seen, good relationships and bad relationships between, your 52, founding teams. How maybe just a couple different tidbits on what is it about these founders that they're able to build these relationships, and perhaps, what can other people work on if they don't have these skill sets?
Yeah, so I mean, I would agree with everyone that mentioned sort of like that mutual respect and trust with respect to working with between investors and founders. But one thing I would say is being curious, right? That's a huge part. Not just curious about the individual and the investor and the money, but it is, like you mentioned, a human relationship, right? So you're building this relationship over time and being curious, where it's not just if you're a founder that's looking for an investor, it's not just a random person that's writing a check, right? It's a human being who also has things that's going on in their lives and what they're doing, and how, so that curiosity around people and how to best sort of support and create these sort of mutually supportive opportunities. Because in a lot of cases, investors or mentors can learn just as much from founders as founders can learn from investors, and so that opportunity is there to sort of share. And then I found that the founders who are open and honest, and it sometimes can be challenging, especially for sort of underrepresented founders, just to be honest about when things may not necessarily be going well or if they need help. But a lot of cases, like raising the hand and allowing someone to provide you with information or details, a lot of people don't understand how impactful that is, not just because you get great information, but also people love to help. Like, it's a great feeling to know that there might be some information or details that an individual can pass along that's really going to make a difference in a person's business and ultimately sort of in their life. So those are the kind of the things that I think are really helpful especially for founders.
Yeah, I completely agree with people love to help, but you have to ask, right? You have to ask, and then you have to ask the right questions as well, because if your question is too broad, it's hard for people to help. So thank you so much for that, Alex. We're going to turn it over to the questions on the live discussion. So we have already gotten some great questions. So I'm going to just start reading them off. If any viewers have more questions, feel free to put them on the chat, and I'll try to get through all of them in our allotted time, of course. So the first question is from Carmen, and I think it'll go to Daphne as an investor. Carmen says, "Good morning. Thank you for being here. Much appreciated. My question is what to do when an investor says, we'll consider an investment in 6 to 12 months. Is that a soft no?"
Yes, that is a soft no. I do that myself. Yes, that's in short. It really depends on the situation, right? It can be hard to really go into details without knowing the background, but yeah, that's the answer. But I also would say that I've seen entrepreneur, they're a hustler and they work really hard, and they take that as an opportunity to follow up with me whenever there's a milestone, whenever there's exciting progress in the company. And I do open the email. The email. I might not respond right away, but I do keep track and open, and I read them.
Yeah, that's great. That's great to mention, right? Because the monthly emails, I think, at least for me, for founder, has been the best way to keep our potential investors up to date. So founders out there, keep doing that. Next question from Christine. How long do you maintain the challenging relationship before calling it quits? Maybe Lauren, this question could be go for you.
And I'm assuming, is this before you get investment or after? Because I think it's
Yeah,
different.
I guess
if
that's right. Yeah, I guess maybe if you
Yeah.
already have a relationship and it's challenging, and then how long do you keep it going?
Yeah, and I think this is what we probably have all been talking about, is that there's, unless that you find a way for that investor to sell their equity off, there is no ending it, right? That's why it's really important to make sure that you're doing your due diligence, and this is a relationship that you want to keep going for a long time before that person writes their check. And I think there's a lot of excitement about just getting money in, especially if you're in the very early stages as a founder, but that money has consequences. And I have seen founders take money from investors who have kicked them out of their companies, right? Or who've had contentious relationships, or they're not going in the same way because they don't have the same vision. So making sure that you are discussing all of those things before you bring an investor in is incredibly important. I think afterwards, if you're still having these issues, maybe think about how to bring other people into the conversation. You know, I think sometimes you tend to just go in circles with people and you're fighting about the same thing. But I think maybe if you bring someone else in who has a different perspective, who can help mediate some of those issues, you may be wanting to get to the same place, just not in the same way. I think that would be really helpful to sort of work out some of those problems.
Yeah, that's. Whew, fortunately, I have not had to do that. My investors have all been amazing, but yes, I've heard many stories of trying to figure out what to do when the relationship's sour. So thank you for that, Lauren. Our next question is from Allie, and she's asking, do you have any tips for fostering a deeper relationship with an investor prior to pitching? So maybe this would be a question for Alex. So that the likelihood of an investor spending more time with the founder or their deck is higher?
Yeah, it's a really great question, because there's two parts of it. So one is, I mentioned before, it's like, these are human beings, right? I know that a lot of folks are like, oh, it's an investor, and it just kind of has this amorphous blob that they think is like sort of writing this check, but it's a real person, right? So like the way to sort of increase that opportunity is to, if it is like a genuine interest, if there is sort of, shared connectivity, or there's things that sort of are mutually important. I've heard of folks before, even if they haven't gotten investment, if they know that somebody is particularly investing in a specific area. I've heard of individuals sending articles or interesting tidbits or information to investors, right? To like say, hey, I know that you're interested in this thing. Here's something that may be helpful for you, to sort of build that kind of relationship. Because I think a lot of times folks don't always know all of the areas of how things are going to operate and work. And they don't think about how they can also provide value. They think that there's this disproportionate thing of like, well, I don't have any value as a founder. It's only if I can make the money. But there are so many other different kinds of ways, connections, connectivity. You're really sort of building your own ecosystem of individuals. And even if that particular investor doesn't necessarily invest in you, if you've had value for them and you've shown an interest in what they do, there may be another fund that is available and has capital and is interested in and so that kind of thing, I think, is building the important parts of sort of fostering that relationship.
Yeah, and to add two more things. Another one I think is warm intro. I always spend a little bit more time when it's coming from someone I trust and respect, either a founder in my network or a VC in my network. And second, founders should do their homework and make sure that it's the their business it fits the investment thesis of the fund and of that individual VC as well. For example, our fund, we don't do a lot of medical devices. So if you send one to me, chances are I probably won't even spend too much time looking at it just because it doesn't fit in our mandate.
Yeah, actually, I think you pretty much answered the next question, which was from Allie, which she's asking, would you spend time if they weren't in your industry? So I think the answer to that one is no. And the last question, in the interest of time, is from Allison. Do you ever invest in founders who have a great product? Who have a great idea and committed customers prior to developing the product? So I guess this question will again go to Daphne.
Yeah, the short answer is yes. We are a seed stage fund. We also, so I say 80% of our deals are seed stage. So it post product, post launch, but we also have a portion of the fund where we invest pre-seed. And yeah, so short answer, yes.
Okay, and then we have one more last question. This comes from Sylvia. What are the things that investors take into consideration, not in due diligence, but as part of the process, like writing respectful emails or quick responses? What are the things that you also take into consideration when you're looking for investing?
That's for me, right?
Sorry. Yes, yeah, for me, for Daphne, yes.
Of course, yeah. So the question is, besides due diligence, what are the other?
Yeah, like do you look for respectful emails, conversations, or some investors really want you to respond very quickly to perhaps a request that they had. Are there anything that you consider outside of just the due diligence?
Nothing that come to mind, but I would highlight something that Alex mentioned earlier too. Like it's a human relationship, right? So that's that. It's like unquantitative but qualitative relationship when they just click and okay, the conversation just flow. And I think that's a soft factor that also it depends on the VC personality as well. It's not just from the founders. That's why we kept saying that it's a partnership that comes from both sides. So that's something that once you talk to someone that you can see that yeah it fits and I think you're photo exchange. Anyway, sorry. So that factor is something that I look for. It can be a little hard to put on paper as a metrics. But other than that, it really depends on the company. But I see all the things that you mentioned, right? Responsiveness. Like I would expect the entrepreneur to respond to me as quick as I do to them. So responsiveness and being prepared and being have a great attitude and being kind, and that are all plus points in my book.
Awesome. Well, we are out of time, and we will just thank you for everybody, Lauren and Daphne and Alex. Thank you for being on this morning. I think we have exchanged a lot of good information for our founders to build respectful relationships, be a good human on both sides. And thank you so much, and we'll send it back to the ladies.
Thank you, Debbie, for that amazing panel. It touched on some important points that are crucial to keep in mind when maintaining a healthy investor-entrepreneur relationship, no matter what side you're on. That was just so good. I honestly loved the point about time. I know that we want to take the time, but everyone is so busy. So my biggest takeaway was the time point. Debbie touched on it, and it's crucial to just respect people's time. Yeah. What about you? What did you take away?
My takeaway was that you can be kind and competitive at the same time. I love that. because I have built this my company on kindness, and people think, oh, polite equals pushover, and I say that it does not. You know, so you can be kind
are
and
not
also very
that.
competitive. Yeah,
You're
thank you.
competitive and a boss woman.
And I'm going to get in. So I really,
We're
really
gonna have
like
to talk
that.
about that, yeah.
Okay, definitely. I will share, because you cannot build an empire by just shrinking like a wallflower.
Yeah.
So that's why it was so, really neat to hear that. So that's one thing that stood out to me, because too often we think, especially as women, that we have to be very, very nice in order to get ahead, and that we should withhold and not offend or what have you. But yeah, that was really powerful for me.
Yeah, and I loved also the conversation everybody had. It's like, okay, Debbie, Debbie's a dear portfolio company of mine, and pushing on unconscious biases. This is a very uncomfortable conversation, typically, right?
Yes.
So she did a really good job of saying, okay, this is the data that's out there. These are the biases that are out there. And then you heard that, yeah, I'm not a kind, like, let's say, like somebody who's going to push over. I'm competitive. So,
Yeah.
and then Lauren also said, well, yeah, I don't go into that bias of a black entrepreneur, female entrepreneur, but how do we neutralize that bias as we're building relationships? That's incredibly difficult, but I'm glad we had that great conversation. It's a hard conversation to have, but enlightening.
And she made an excellent point, which was another great takeaway, is that it should be on her.
Yes, that stood out to me. Yes.
It takes the whole system to work.
So get in there and be you, be yourself. Show what you have, and that you've got what it takes.
Yeah.
And don't think that you have to try to change that person's mind in terms of bias. That's their issue. And so we don't need to get in and try to fix them. We need to just make sure that we're representing ourselves and our company in the best way manner.
Yeah.
And then that's when you know it's a good fit, because we're talking about a relationship here. And everything we heard today talked about the fact that, hey, it's just like dating. Do your due diligence, do your courting process and so forth to figure out, is this going to be a good long-term fit for me?
Yeah, being a good human.
Yes,
But also,
I like that.
I love that. But being authentically you as well, because investors, as we heard, they see so many entrepreneurs, so many people pitching, that when you're not authentic, it actually shows through. So building that human connection, that trust, is the top thing that you need to be worried about, not all the stuff in the middle. So it was wonderful. That's
true. Like Alex said, be honest, be open, and be honest.
Yes, for sure.
That's one of our core values of etiquette too. Yeah. Honesty. Yes.
This is why you're here. This is why you exist.
Yes, indeed.
Well, each year, Stella Labs looks beyond our own borders for partnerships to support entrepreneurs from around the world. This year, we've had the honor of working alongside Join the Journey, an organization that seeks to uplift entrepreneurs facing extreme poverty by providing small loans and business coaching. We are excited to share their mission and message with you today.
Adam Cole here, founder of Join the Journey. Join the Journey fuels entrepreneurship and hope to those in the most extreme poverty situations. We do this through a hand up and not a handout, by issuing small loans and godly mentorship, made possible only through strategic partnerships with others around the world who have a similar vision. With that, we go to our partner in Zambia. Chim, take it away, and thank you again for your partnership.
Hi, my name is Chimfumbe Sashi, a business coach and country director for Spark Zambia. We're excited about 2021 with the opportunity to empower local entrepreneurs with entrepreneurship skills and also providing them with affordable financial services. And congratulations to our first 10 entrepreneurs who will be joining us for our January trainings in entrepreneurship training. Looking forward to you guys joining us. Thank you.
We continue to see just an amazing amount of resiliency from all of our entrepreneurs. They sell things like fritters and clothing, everything from plastic sandals to shoes. And they are just really driven by getting out there and getting to market, and again, to feed their families.
Beatrice Shivalata. Thanks joined the Journey Spark Hope Zambia team for believing in her and trusting her with the loan that has now helped her to expand her business and support her family in a more effective way.
We began in 2010 out of the Haiti earthquake. I was sent there with the U.S. Navy on a relief mission. And I felt called, and just after seeing the brokenness, to go back on my own and to pour in and to dig in. We adopted a tent village and just kept pouring in. And as we kept trying to figure out how do we help these people out of this deep hurt, we discovered microloans as a solution. And it became the backbone for who we are. We continue on this path to this day.
Hello.
My name is Constance Smiley. I wanted to find out the challenges you used to have since you said in business for a long time. Mm-hmm. What are your challenges? Yeah, I want to know about that. Yeah, because in business we have some challenges. Maybe you go down, you go up, just like that. Yes. So, so I want to find out how can you avoid that? Is it normal you can have those challenges? That's my question.
Absolutely. Challenges, first of all, I think business, we're all faced with one simple task, right? And that simple task is to find the person you were called to serve. And we call that.
There's so much vision and so much hope for 2021. We want to see 150 entrepreneurs go through our program of mentorship and extending that small loan to them. We hope you join us on this journey. There's many ways to get involved, from being a Spark coach to giving on our Spark app so that those loans can take place. We truly enjoy your partnership and look forward to having you along for the journey. Thanks so much. God bless.
Summer Women's Fast Pitch came back bigger and stronger than ever. Woo-hoo! We received over 100 applications and narrowed it down to 5 finalists per region for a total of 30 finalists. From July through August, we toured 6 regions across the United States, from the Northeast to our hometown of San Diego. And this year, we are thrilled to receive applications from Alaska and Hawaii, which was really, really nice. So for 6 weeks, over 450 people tuned in to watch who the judges selected as regions finalists. And attendees they even had a chance to cast their vote for their favorite, which was a really, really nice touch.
Audience choice.
Yes, we always love the audience participation. So let's take a moment to highlight this year's finalists.
And here we are, fast pitch finals. One lucky lady goes home with a $10,000 investment and over $130,000 in business services. We would like to acknowledge that Women's Fast Pitch 2021 would not be possible without the incredible sponsorship of Cooley, as well as the support from the Impact Seat and Next Wave Impact. Joining us today is Alana Brand of Cooley. Hi, Alana.
Hi, Raven. Thanks so much.
Oh, welcome.
Cooley is so pleased to support the Women's Venture Summit and Women's Fast Pitch competition. Congratulations to all of the presenters, and a big congratulations and thank you to the team here at Women's Venture Summit. I'm so thrilled to be here in person, live from the summit. For those of you who may not know Cooley, we're a global law firm of 1,300 lawyers across the US, Europe, and Asia, best known for representing leading innovators across industries. Our work with emerging companies often begins prior to company formation and progresses through the full evolution of a startup's life. Our goal is to help you scale and grow your company from seed stage through to successful exit. Our team handles more than 1,300 private financings annually, and we're the #1 law firm for company-side venture capital financings in the US and globally. We're deeply committed to diversity for both Cooley employees and the women founders we support. Cooley was recently recognized for Fortune's Best Workplace for Women and named as a best law firm for women by Working Mother magazine's parent company. Last, I encourage all of you to check out CooleyGo.com, our microsite for entrepreneurs, which provides guidance from formation to market leadership. CooleyGo also features a legal document generator and financing trends, which you can sort by industry and stage. Again, thank you so much for having me here today. It's our pleasure to support all of the women founders. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Raven.
Thanks. Last year, our Women's Fast Pitch winner was Ava Sadeghi of Simba, which is an all-female founded tech startup powering global workforce development programs with its management platform. We would love to show you what she and her team have accomplished since taking home the prize last year.
Hi, Ava. It's so nice to see you. My name is Regina. I am the founder and CEO of the Trailblazer Within, helping entrepreneurs tap into their impossible. And so I will let you tell us briefly more about yourself before we get into the interview.
Absolutely. Well, so great to see you as well, Regina. So excited to be here. I'm Ava Sadeghi, the co-founder and CEO of Simba, an all-female founded tech startup focused on powering the future of work.
Well, it's been a whirlwind since you won at the Women's Venture Summit in 2020. Can you provide us with a quick update on what you've achieved since winning?
Absolutely. And what an exciting time. Just such an amazing group. And we were all so excited about the opportunity. Our whole team was present, and our team has since almost tripled since last year. We've been growing exponentially. Right now, we're currently raising our Series A and have brought on almost 30 new customers since that time. So a lot of growth from the new users, but also product. We've been launching new features. My co-founder, Nikita, she's an incredible female engineer and has been doing so many exciting product launches. And we have an exciting year ahead of us. So we look forward to growing and scaling and continuing to scale our mission and impact. But so excited to be here again.
Exciting times indeed for you. And so how did running a business that's mission was already on the future of remote work during the height of COVID affect your growth?
In so many ways. In a lot of ways, they talk about product market fit, and if the market changes in a lot of ways, sometimes, your product can fit in a much better way. So we definitely accelerated, and we understood how we can serve a need. And so really, definitely, it was an opportune time for us to step up to the plate and provide a lot of great resources for teams who need.
Timing was perfect. And we also noticed that you've raised venture capital and that you're currently in your Series A. So congratulations about that. Can you tell us more about where you are and what the experience has been?
Absolutely. So it's an exciting time. I think that, this reason the summit is so valuable and important is because it raises awareness around the funding that goes to women. Less than 2% go to women, and, less than a fraction of a percent go to women of color. So it has been it's been quite the journey. definitely, we go through a lot of no's before you get a yes, but you do have to find the right partner, the partners who believe in you and the work that you're doing. So I think it's in a lot of great ways. It's like soul searching as a company to see who do you want to partner with, who do you want to take capital with, and where do you want to go in 5 and 10 years from now? So we're very excited about this stage. We have some ambitious goals. One of our biggest goals in 5 years is to power over 1 million job opportunities using our platform.
That's amazing. And you seem like an entrepreneur that would get to that yes. I can see the drive in you. And so
Thank
is there
you.
anything that you would like to give to the audience?
I would love to share with the audience that, always listen to your customers and really build strong relationships and partnerships with them. I think at Simba, when we got started, we did a lot of different pivots, and that's because we listened. We understood what our customers wanted, not, what we thought they needed. So I encourage people to really do focus groups and listen, and really become one with your audience and user base as you scale the business, because you're on a mission to create value for people. And the only way to do that is if you really listen to them and understand their pain points.
Amazing. So what is on the horizon for the growth of Simba?
Well, we're very excited to go global. On Simba's team, we speak almost collectively 10 different languages. We're very international, and we're very excited to build a global connective experience amongst remote teams. So we've been expanding from the internship space to power more teams, and look forward to making that happen in the future.
Well, congratulations, and I hope you continue to succeed in the way that you're doing so right now.
Thank you so much, Regina. It was so great to reconnect with you.
Great to reconnect with you too.
What a wonderful update, Ava. Thank you so much. We're excited for all that you are doing with Simba, and your team is growing and thriving. So congratulations. Wasn't that great to hear that?
Very good.
She did fantastic last year,
Yeah.
but blowing it up this last year. So super excited to hear from you. Thank you, Ava. Now is a great time to download your due diligence packet. So I have the printed out one. So I just want to make sure that you know that this is a PDF on the SwapCard app. So the packet, if you haven't already, you can find it under Documents on this session's page on SwapCard. So I know some people get kind of confused, but it's in the session, and then you go into that and you can get this wonderful due diligence packet. In just a moment, we will welcome all of our finalists to the virtual stage. Each finalist will have 3 minutes to pitch while sharing their pitch deck. Now, why we tell you about this is that there's information in here about each and every entrepreneur, so you can learn more about them. Unlike the Women's Fast Pitch format over the summer, there will be no Q&A after each pitch. I'm sorry. So watch very carefully and stay curious. Stay thinking about what questions you would like to ask until our interactive due diligence sessions after all of the pitches. And you will have leaders in each of those sessions to ask those questions. So without further ado, let's get started.
Fantastic.
Woo-hoo.
All right, here we go. Our first founder pitching today is Veena Somareddy. She is the winner of the Southwest region. Veena is the CEO of Neuro Rehab VR. Her company uses virtual reality and physical therapy so patients can discover a variety of treatment plans while enjoying the recovery process. Welcome, Veena, to Women's Venture Summit, and congratulations on winning the Southwest region. We're so happy to have you here.
Thank you, everybody. I'm really excited to be here, and thank you for the opportunity to pitch today.
All right. Well, Veena, take it away.
Awesome. Let me share my screen. I hope everybody can see it. Okay. Hi, I'm Veena, the CEO of Neuro Rehab VR, here to introduce you to the next generation of rehabilitation. Each year, millions of Americans need physical therapy after suffering a neurological incident. And Joe here is one of them. His stroke left him paralyzed on one side, but there is hope for Joe and millions of others. Concept of neuroplasticity suggests that your brain has the ability to recover from a stroke. That is, the healthy parts of your brain can take over the functionality of the damaged areas, but this requires extensive physical therapy and cognitive training. So Joe, he wants to get better, but physical therapy is expensive. Clinics are far and apart, so transportation is a problem. Only 30% of patients attend all of their therapy appointments. And when he does make it to the clinic, he finds therapy tedious and does not want to do it. And with COVID-19, they're seeing a bigger impact with clinics shutting down. That is why we create relations leveraging the concepts of neuroplasticity. We provide evidence-based, engaging, and motivating therapies. The company in a neuro clinic, so we have access to physical therapists and patients who provide us with constant feedback. Our solution is an FDA-registered medical device. There is a vast body of research that shows VR is effective for physical therapy, and the sessions are being reimbursed by insurance. And the gamified therapy is highly engaging for patients, leading to better outcomes. Our customers are large top-tier hospitals in the US, such as Ascension, Tenet, Cedars-Sinai, and the VA. We follow a subscription-based model with at least a 1-year commitment. The market is large. Just the outpatient physical therapy market is $60 billion and growing at a 7% rate. We started in the neuro segment and have expanded to pediatrics and geriatrics and orthopedic patients. So there is opportunity for vertical market expansion with just the existing library of exercises. We have accomplished a lot with less. We have completed an FDA approval process. Our system is clinically validated by hundreds of patients, and we have issued patents and won a National Science Foundation grant. And here is the team behind all the work. I have a background in game design and VR medical simulation and training. Our lead VR engineers have PhDs and are pioneers in the space. And our clinical team has extensive experience in neuro rehab and vestibular rehab. We have found product market fit and have 95% renewal rate. We are now raising a seed round to grow our sales and marketing team to keep up with the pilot requests and reach our revenue goals to raise a Series A round next year, and continue to build the therapy exercises so to help millions of patients like Joe lead a happy and independent life. Thank you.
Our next founder is Anastasia Mikhailochikina from Miami, Florida. As our Southeast winner, Anastasia is the CEO of Lean Orb, a company that produces food packaging products that are eco-friendly, safe, and plant-based. Hi, Anastasia. I'm thrilled to see you again, and I hope you are enjoying the Women's Venture Summit so far.
Excited to be here.
Wonderful. Well, the floor is yours.
All righty. Let me know when you can see my deck.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anastasia. I'm the founder and CEO at Lean Orb.
That's perfect.
A compostable food service packaging company powered by data and corporate education. Our company's core mission is providing immediate, quantifying solutions to the problem of plastic waste. I'm a product designer by trade, I'm a water person, and I'm a surfer. Here in the state of Florida, we are a waterfront community, which gives us the responsibility to protect our coastal waters. The waste discarded in our home state will affect communities thousands of miles away. So learning that 180 billion plastic disposables are discarded by the food service industry inspired me to launch the company in 2017. Today, we help businesses and institutions eliminate low-grade single-use plastics from their operations by building a variety of innovative packaging solutions. We simplify the complexity of compostable packaging by taking time to educate business owners and corporate decision makers on products they need. And we connect our customers with compost sites to make sure the products don't end up in a landfill. We offer a wide range of products from plates, cups, to bags and food boxes. The materials we use are considered post-consumer waste. We do not rely on heavy bioplastics like other eco-packaging companies are, and we stay away from inks and chemical processes that damage the soil. Lastly, we offer our clients measurable data related to their waste management practices. With a $56 billion market, North America is the largest market for biodegradable food service packaging, accounting for 24 billion of the annual spend. And in the last 2 years, we had an opportunity to work with a diversified portfolio of corporate clients, from high-end hotels to corporate headquarters, building solutions for Four Seasons, the W, Ritz-Carlton. On average, we sell $9,000 worth of goods per customer each year, offering nearly 100 products in a catalog, as well as custom design and branding. With a loyal customer base in Florida, we've seen a 150% revenue growth rate year over year, which also helped us eliminate more than 11 million disposables from circulation in Miami-Dade County. As for the team, we have experience from building startups to Fortune 500 companies. And as we say, we have grit and gray hair, bringing expertise across product design, finance, bioresearch, and logistics. Fortunate to be recognized by top media channels and be one of 50 companies selected for the Tory Burch Fellowship this year. If you are an investor looking to help us build solutions to plastic, please reach out. Our round will be open in Q4 of this year. Thank you.
Next up is Laura Oden, CEO of Pandier Shoes based in Anchorage, Alaska. Pandier Shoes has solved the problem of finding a good fitting shoe by producing expandable shoes with adjustable features that give you comfort and style. Hello to you, Laura. It's so exciting to have you at the Women's Fast Pitch today out of Alaska.
Good morning.
Congratulations.
Good morning from Alaska.
Good morning. The floor is yours.
All right. Okay, let me know when you can see that screen. All right. Well, my name is Laura Oden, and I'm the CEO of Pandier Shoes, and we make expandable footwear. These are my feet. I have a condition called lymphedema, and I've had this ever since I was a teenager, and it causes one of my feet to be swollen all of the time. So there are millions of people all over the world with the same problem who can't fit into off-the-rack shoes. Shoes just don't accommodate individual needs like swelling or braces or wraps or bunions. And feet come in many, many shapes, and they change not only throughout the day, but throughout our whole lives. So our big idea was to make expandable shoes that would fit any shape and still look good. So how other companies have tried to solve this problem is they make many width sizes, or they make inserts that take up excessive space inside, but they just don't solve the problem very well. They're not very comfortable and they don't look good. So our solution was to make shoes that fit many shapes, including normal feet. That's a swollen foot like me. We wanted a medical quality without a medical look. And we have a utility patent and pending. So this and we are after the 9 million Americans with a chronic condition that triggers a regular need for our shoes. Since we've launched, we've grossed almost $1 million in sales. We've sold over 7,200 pairs of shoes. And in 2021, 45% of our business has come from repeat customers. So we have some very exciting plans for growth. We just signed a licensing agreement with the North American Shoe Company. NASCO is a distributor with more than 900 retailers, and they are going to put out a new line called Pandier Sport. We get an 8% royalty. They'll be targeting a more mainstream audience, non-medical, and we will continue online to target a more medicalized market. So we're a proven founding team. I have 25 years of leadership experience, 40 years of customer experience because I have the problem with my feet. And my co-founder is also a small business owner and serial entrepreneur as well. There's no question that our shoes really change lives. They alleviate pain, they reduce suffering, and we have had a huge impact already. So our ask today is we're looking for advisory expertise in two particular areas, finance and marketing. We want to get ready for our next raise, which will be in 2022. And we have huge growth potential. We have a winning story, and we are definitely a social impact business. So thank you for listening.
Well, we're halfway through our women's fast pitch finals for the pitch competition, and that is a good thing. All right, so here we go. Joining us next is Melissa Kigua. One more time. It's Melissa Kigua. She is the founder and CEO of Obanja. Did I say that correctly?
Obanja.
Obanja. All right. I want to make sure that we're giving everyone their due space here. All right. Sure. All right. Melissa is the founder and CEO of Obanja. She is this year's wild card winner, which means she received one of the highest scores of all 30 women's fast pitch finalists. She's based in Phoenix, Arizona, and her company allows you to rent your favorite jewelry pieces and keep or exchange them as often as you like. I sure love some beautiful jewelry, so I'm really looking forward to learning more about Obanja. Melissa, it's so nice to meet you.
So lovely to be here. I'm really thrilled. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Melissa, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Let me know when you can see that screen. Perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Melissa Kigua. I'm the founder and CEO of Obanja. Obanja is a sustainable luxury company where members borrow high-end designer jewelry like Dior, YSL, Chanel, and Hermes for a monthly membership. Members can also purchase pieces at a discounted. Now, I started Obanja because I am my ideal customer. I started my career in media and entertainment and always felt a tension between purchasing luxury fashion and fashion accounting for 10% of global carbon emissions. I thought surely my dollar isn't going towards the detriment of the planet. And as I considered the market, I knew the circular economy was really the most sustainable option and that the market has been validated. I thought about what I specifically had to offer the space and saw the intersection of offering high-end jewelry instead of garments like Le Tote or Rent the Runway, and serving an underserved segment of customers, African American women. Now, focusing on Black women isn't altruistic. It's just good business. Black women are 2 times more likely than the general population to shop at Neiman Marcus, are 21% more likely to spend $500 or more on jewelry, are 63% more likely to say they shop at high-end stores like Saks Fifth Avenue, which really speaks to the explosive nature of word of mouth. And African American women spend 60 million of the 385 million overall national spend on luxury watches and timepieces. This is the literal definition of an untapped market. And speaking of market, the opportunity is vast. The US jewelry market is a $68.32 billion market, and out of that, our serviceable addressable market is $1.2 billion. Our SAM was calculated by multiplying the 1 African American women who earn $75,000 or more with our most used membership tier of $49. We also estimate our members will purchase at least 2 pieces of jewelry a year. And so coupling our resale revenue along with our annual recurring revenue gets us to a healthy $1.2 billion. Our site is live with an elegant interface members can use to sign up, and members have the option to self-select jewelry on the site. I'm supported by an amazing tech team, and my CTO is also a woman of color, passionate about making waves in the industry. Our advisors bring supply chain, marketing, and financial expertise. Our first 100 paying customers have taught us a lot about how they use the platform and what kind of jewelry they want us to have. And we are currently running a crowdfund to bring in family, friends, and a few excited investors, maybe some of you watching today, who believe in what we're doing. We've already raised 60% of our minimum goal, and I encourage anyone who is interested to check out our campaign, and if you feel inspired, to invest. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to your questions during due diligence. Thank you.
Well, joining us next is Adriana Vasquez, founder and CEO of Lilu. Adriana is a winner of the Northeast region. Her company makes a massaging, hands-free, rechargeable bra that has proven to help moms produce more milk at a much faster rate. Hi, Adriana. It's so lovely to see you again as part of the Northeast region. You were in the first group to pitch all the way back in July, and now you're here at the finals. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here and so inspired as well.
Wonderful. Well, the floor is yours. Go ahead and share your screen.
Perfect. Excellent. All right, can you see my screen? 80% of new moms need to use a pump to sustain breastfeeding, but this is how it feels. Pumping is painful and stressful, and it's making millions of moms miserable. If you can't pump enough milk for your baby, you'll quit breastfeeding early. For moms, it's heart-wrenching and can result in serious health consequences. Research shows that pumping with breast massage empties the breast better than pumps alone, getting up to 50% more milk every session. While massage is effective, doing it manually is unsustainable. That is why my co-founder and I, with input of lactation experts from the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, use insights from Sov Robotics to help moms get the proven benefits of breast massage hands-free. Our patented pneumatic massage technology is embedded into a proprietary bra that helps moms pump 30 to 55% more milk. The Lily Massage Bra is an FDA Class 1 device and is protected by a granted utility patent in the US and in China. Lilu customers have called it a breastfeeding savior. It's helped moms avoid giving formula, and moms of premature babies have called it a lifesaver. Since the launch of our MVP at the end of 2019 and Generation 2 this year, we've shipped over 1,500 bras and generated over $150,000 in sales. In response to demand, we're adding large and extra large sizes, which will double conversion rates and expand wholesale opportunities. We sell direct to consumer through our website and wholesale through the FSA store, and we're adding new retail partners. We're also exploring licensing opportunities, with conversations underway with sports and maternity brands to embed massage functionality into their maternity bras. In addition to channel growth, we're building a robust product pipeline. With National Science Foundation support, we are developing a smart breastfeeding bra that will provide important information on baby's milk intake and mom's health. With pumping rates increasing globally, this $3 billion market today is on pace to more than double by 2025. And our clearly differentiated product and exciting product roadmap give us the opportunity to be a market leader. And we have a stellar team. Sujay and I combine experience in engineering, computer science, and product design with degrees from MIT and UPenn. Irene brings over 30 years of experience in brand design, and Menka, Maria, and Diona pumped with Lilu and loved it, and joined us, bringing business development and marketing expertise to drive growth. Our amazing advisors include Dr. Spatz, who's the director of the lactation program at CHOP, and Cara Forney, who founded The Bump. After $250,000 was committed earlier this week, we have $50,000 left to close our $1.5 million pre-seed round, with existing backers including SOSV, Ad Astra, G1K, and NSF. We're looking for values-aligned impact investors like you to join us and help us make a real difference to the life of millions of moms. Thank you so much, and thanks again for being here.
Our next founder is Alexa Jones of Therapy Medical. She's the winner of our Midwest region. As co-founder and CEO of Therapy Medical, Alexa's company tackles jaundice with Therapy's Snuglet wearable garment that doesn't interrupt phototherapy treatment and allows proper bonding between the mother and her newborn. Welcome to Women's Venture Summit, Alexa. We hope you had an awesome day one experience yesterday. Hi, how are you?
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Good, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Awesome. The floor is yours. Take it away.
Perfect. And I am the CEO of Snuglet, which is the first wearable treatment for infant jaundice. Jaundice is a condition that affects 60% of all babies, and it can cause irreversible brain damage if it's not treated within the first 2 weeks of life. It's treated with phototherapy, when a specific wavelength of blue light is exposed directly to the baby's skin. Current devices are outdated, and they cause stressful separation between mom and baby. Also, they only cover a small part of the baby's skin, so nurses have to use multiple devices at one time on one baby. Nurses are now asking for an effective and family-centered solution. We created Snuglet with over 300 nurses, doctors, and parents. Snuglet is a portable, wearable swaddle that treats infant jaundice from the inside of a baby swaddle while allowing for maternal-infant bonding and breastfeeding. It covers the newborn's entire body, so only one device needs to be used at one time. Snuglet can be battery operated, allowing for mom and baby to stay together during the first week of life when receiving phototherapy. Therapy owns a full utility patent for Snuglet, and we have a clear 510K FDA regulatory path. We plan to launch in 2022. Snuglet uses the razor blade model. The light pad is reusable between patients, and that's the razor part of the model. And the fabric swaddle is disposable, which is the razor blade part of the model or our recurring revenue source. We plan to first launch with select hospital partners and then scale through U.S. hospitals, initially focused within the top 10 states in the U.S. with highest birth rates. Globally, there's over 84 million babies born every year with jaundice. Our primary market at first is the US, where 2.5 million babies have jaundice every year, and our secondary market is India, where over 15 million babies have jaundice every year. Babies in every country of the world have jaundice every single day and can benefit from Snuglet. We have a wonderful team with experience in engineering, marketing, clinical research, and med device commercialization. I'm actually the original inventor of Snuglet, which was my capstone engineering project at Michigan State University. And we've come a long way since our early days. And we're now working with a well-established product design and manufacturing company called Tecna, who will be our manufacturer as we scale throughout the US and other countries. We're currently raising a $1.3 million seed round through a convertible note, and we're seeking an additional $650,000 currently. Snuglet is currently in the R&D prototype stage, and this funding round will be used for our final manufacturing setup, product testing, and ultimately our FDA submission. We'd love to hear from investors that are interested in helping future generations of newborns to spend their first moments in the arms of their mother. Thank you so much.
And finally, our last female founder pitching today is Pri Walia. She is the CEO of Prima Donna, based right here in San Diego. Prima Donna's NailBot allows you to easily customize your nail art and get a unique manicure at home in no time. Hello, Pri. Such a pleasure to have you join us today. Can you believe it? You're our last pitch, and then we can find out the winner later on today.
It sounds perfect. Thank you so much for having me and for the opportunity to present today.
Well, I'm glad you're here, and I'm super intrigued to learn more about your company, so please start your pitch when you're ready.
Terrific. I'm just going to share my screen. You can see it. All good? Great. So we are Prima Donna, and our basic fundamental belief is that creativity is a basic human need, and it's also a huge $135 billion market. Yet the creative products targeted towards young women across beauty, body, and arts and crafts are still analog. Yet today's Gen Zers are curious digital DIYers who expect shareable tech-enabled experiences. They believe they're more creative than previous generations, and they show it on their body and on their hands. Over 40% of young people have had some form of body or nail art. So we are pioneering the connected creativity category in much the same way that Peloton's done for connected fitness. We're building at-home smart hardware that's affordable and convenient. It's also multi-generational. We're starting with beauty in the nail space and then eventually going to tattoo and henna on the body. And the magic is that it's powered by a digital maker suite of tools. The timing is perfect for connected creativity in nails and DIY beauty. With a $15 billion global nail care market, we're starting with our most engaged evangelist, our Gen Z young women, 14% of whom decorate their nails at least once a day. So 2.1 million girls in the US between the ages of 8 to 18 are doing their nails. That's our targeted evangelist. So we built NailBot. NailBot prints custom instant nail art directly onto your fingernails in 5 seconds. And this is how NailBot works. First, you prep your nail, then you personalize whatever you want to print. We use the smartphone as the controller to really bring down the price point. You can create your own art. You can choose from one of our galleries. You put your finger in the finger cradle, tap print, and that art instantly appears, and it also dries instantly. We built the NailBot to be affordable, accessible, and automated. It's really a full stack hardware and software solution that disrupts an analog-based industry. We have 8 utility patents that have already been issued and 8 more that are pending. Because we know the usage of the nail bot, this really lends for personalized recommendations on art and content. Users can try on art before you print because we use the back-facing camera of the smartphone. And we really look at this as a gateway for body printing robots and other applications. We have a razor blade model where hardware, the NailBot printer, is the moat for replacement consumables like polishes and cartridges and alcohol wipes. We also have the added bonus of having mobile subscription for users to access premium content. Brands and influencers also pay to be on the site via rev share or flat fee. We are the right team to bring NailBot to market. My background's in connected hardware. I worked in LED lighting and building automation. I have my MBA from the University of Chicago, and I'm joined by my colleague Marcy Allstat, who led a division at HP in laserjet printing. We've raised $5.6 million, led by Halogen Ventures with participation from the Amazon Alexa Fund, Version 1 Ventures, and other inventors that have built their billion-dollar product categories like Spanx, Guitar Hero, and iRobot. R&D is complete for Prima Donna. The NailBot is in production. We have an organic 50,000 person wait list, have released a successful beta program, and we've got NailBots in the wild. Our plan is heavy D2C later this year. You'll see those bots being released with heavy Amazon Beauty next year, really coupled by our influencer strategy. This is an extremely demonstrable product that prints in 5 seconds. So if you want to get involved, join the NailBot waitlist. Go to primadonna.com or Google NailBot and put yourself on that list. We are opening up a round on a safe and happy to share more about that in diligence. Thank you again for the time.
And that's a wrap. Thank you to all 7 female founders who pitched today. It has been inspiring to listen to them pitch at the regional level and then again today at our Women's Venture Summit. It's an honor to support each one of you on your entrepreneurial journey. Next.
Well, what do you think about the pitches?
I think they were awesome. And you know what? The thing about it that stands out to me, because as an entrepreneur and a female founder, I was in this position.
I know.
Yes, I have competed in pitch competitions, and to have to get in there and hit the nail on the head live 3 minutes. And then now you're adding technology to it as well. This was really, so ladies, you all rocked. You did that thing.
Snappies all over the place. Congratulations.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit more about like the regional aspects of it.
Yes, so for those of you tuning in that didn't know, these 7 founders came to us in 6 different regions. We started in July and we did the 6 different regions. There were 5 founders at each region that pitched, and the winner from each region then is now here with us today.
That's awesome. That's a lot of talking and a lot of pitching and a lot of, you know, making sure that it's on point. So this is the cream of the crop.
Yeah, and I loved it that, this year we really wanted to reach all entrepreneurs in every walk of life and every nook and cranny in the United States. So we really did increase our breadth to Alaska and Hawaii, and that's why we got Laura, as Alaska. So all of these regions are amazing, and what the region was able to get to the woman's fast pitch. So super exciting.
It is, yes, exciting. And the thing, here's what I really love about this organization. When I went through,
I know she is one of our alumni from Cell Labs.
Yes, from Cell Labs. So when I went through, the great thing is that you didn't just say get out there and do it. I mean, you all had a team to where we sat down and went through our pitches step by step, one by one, pulling things out, putting them in. And even, I don't know if you remember this, even one point you were all, you know what? This is how you do it. You actually said, this is how you do this graphic. And you went, let me just show you. And the graphic was there and I was all, okay, great. So the thing about it though is that, really helping us to tell our story and to be very succinct with it as well. And speaking to all of the investors who are listening, I think that's the key point, because there are key words and key moments and so forth to share, so that this way you can get your point across in a very competitive manner. And I won Shark Tank Ready during our pitch competition.
I know. I mean, Elaine's always been amazing at pitching, and all of them, they are champions today. They really did such a great job. And I also wanted to kind of touch base on like the Impact Seat that also sponsored the Women's Fast Pitch. They actually donated their time to meet with a couple of our finalists and all of the ones that also were trying to get to the regional finals. finalists. And we also reached out to a couple of investor colleagues of ours to say, could you get on a call and actually pitch prep them even more? So you've had this community of investors and supporters like Raven as executive director of Stella Labs to help them along. So it's just been really cool to see the whole community coming together.
Yeah, because that's what we do, Rise. We rise together.
Yeah, we rise together.
Make that boat float.
Yes, I love that. I love that. So, yes.
Well, the thing that what I'm hearing, and which is great, is that you all have the power to bring in very, very well, knowledgeable individuals to pour into these founders. And this is what we need as women. For those folks who have been there, done that, to be able to turn around and say to us, okay, here's the best way to approach this.
Yeah, or like raise their hand and say, hey, I'm an investor who would love to coach entrepreneurs.
Yeah, so thank you.
I love that. But I also see too is that like you were very coachable, right? When we were going through things, you're like, oh wow, I can say it better, or I can produce something differently and stuff like that. So all of these entrepreneurs were super coachable, and this is what you get from having that great community. So wonderful.
Yeah, it clearly paid off.
And they're coachable because next, we're going to dive into due diligence, and we're going to do that with you, our audience. So next, we're going to put on our investor thinking caps and get to work to select a winner.
Thanks, Raven. Well, year over year, this is one of our attendees' favorite part of the day. Sylvia, will you share with everyone how it all works?
Of course, I love this. This is like my favorite time. So this experience is much easier in person. We understand that, but we wanted to keep it in our virtual programming because it's such a great learning experience for both investors and entrepreneurs out there. In years past, we put everyone in the audience into groups. That was super fun.
It was fun.
Right,
yes,
right? It was fun. Like you've been there,
part.
right?
Yes.
As mini VC funds. Each group received $1 million in Monopoly money, discussed all the pitching founders, and then filled little ballot boxes in the front of the room. Don't you remember that? Like putting in the ballot boxes. So whoever won the most amount of funding from this Monopoly money won the Women's Fast Pitch Finalist, which is today. Well, we couldn't do that exactly virtually, so this is how it will flow as a virtual experience. Dun, dun, dun. So everyone will join one breakout room on SwapCard. We have 8 breakout rooms, so 8. Where there will be a designated facilitator who is an experienced investor. So like this is a win-win-win-win-win-win-win, right? Because you get to talk to an investor who is experienced, who has done tons of due diligence in each of the rooms. Imagine each breakout room is an investment group with $1 million bucks to invest. Now hold up that, yeah, so it's a little cheeky, I know, but we just love it, right? We're a little geeky also. So Starbucks, because Stella Labs, Stellar, all the wonderful starry theme. So once in your rooms, you will spend 15 minutes discussing the pitches as a group. Each breakout room will get a chance to ask a single question to a single founder. So use it wisely. The founder will have 3 minutes to succinctly answer those questions, and then she will leave your breakout room. During the last 15 minutes, you'll wrap up your group discussion, and together your team will decide how to allocate your group's $1 million investment.
Facilitators, please use the form we provided to you to submit your team's allocation. Please double check that you have allocated exactly 1 million Starbucks before you submit the form. The startup with the most amount of funds invested wins. And that's how it's done.
I know.
We've done this for many years, and it's not a popularity contest. It's about the founder who presented the most compelling and unique solution to a pain point for a specific customer, creating social impact in the world.
All right, well now it's time to start. So join one of the 8 breakout rooms on SwapCard. Simply click on the yellow join button and meet your new investment group. All right, so it's time to get investing. So how did you all do? We hope this interactive portion of Women's Venture Summit was a great exercise of the due diligence process that is typical of angel groups, investment groups, and also some early stage VCs.
Well, interactive due diligence facilitators, if you haven't yet, we just wanted to give you that reminder. Please complete your Fund the Founders form to allocate your 1 million Starbucks.
It's an exciting part. Did you know some of our speakers are also best-selling authors? We wanted to highlight books written by incredible women, especially in the economic development space. In fact, one of the books is available to you right now for free because you're a Women's Venture Summit attendee. Speaker Cheryl Conti of the Impact Seat has generously offered a free digital copy of her book, Mechanical Bull. How you can achieve Mechanical Bull, How You Can Achieve Startup Success. She's also a speaker in one of our on-demand sessions later today. Get your copy by visiting the Impact Seat exhibitor page under the Virtual Ecosystem Showcase menu. Thank you, Cheryl, for sharing your book with us.
Well, my dear friend and wealth guru, Janine Firpo, wrote a remarkable book titled Activate Your Money. Right here. Just want to make sure I'm taking it out because it's so awesome. Entitled Activate Your Money. This book provides the foundational support women need to talk to each other about their money. We were inspired by Elvest yesterday. This is a book to get it going. Invest to grow their wealth and to take the action required to shift their assets into alignment with their values, all alongside their value stream, from investments all the way to the banks that they bank out.
Yes, and Aruj Sheikh has been a tremendous help by speaking at Women's Venture Summit and Women's Fast Pitch for a couple of years now. She recently wrote a book titled The Fundraising Strategy Playbook, an entrepreneur's guide to pitching, raising venture capital, and financing a startup.
And of course, our amazing MC, the fabulous Elaine Swan, here with us today, is also the author of Let Crazy Be Crazy, an essential handbook that shares how to politely deal with difficult people and how to communicate effectively in challenging social situations. What's even more exciting is that Elaine, just published her latest book a month ago titled A Distinctive Approach, Modern Etiquette and Life Lessons for an Ever-Changing World. It covers amazing topics in this book like dating etiquette, discussion of racial issues, parenting tips, and business etiquette.
And that's just amazing.
Yes.
And I love it that we're going to learn so much more about Elaine in a little bit, but she had a lot of her Swan School people across the United States actually become authors through this book. So
absolutely.
Yes, I'm so excited about that.
Oh, it's a good thing.
It's a good thing. On to one of my favorite updates. Every year, Stella Labs works closely with the Young Leaders of America Initiative, or YLAI, to support founders from around the world over. So if you are from YLAI and you are watching, because I know there's 2 out there watching, just want to say thank you so much. YLAI Fellows are innovative mid-career entrepreneurs and business leaders from 37 countries across Latin America, the Caribbean, and Canada. So this year, our fellow worked alongside our team at Stella Labs to partner, co-write, and thankfully receive a $5,000 YLAI collaborative grant from the U.S. Department of State within the International Research and Exchange Board. The grant supports our fellow, Shannon Ferguson. I know you're out there.
She's at the well.
I know she's at the well.
Oh, is
so
she?
we're just giving you a little shout out. An entrepreneur from Canada who is just amazing and such a warm and wonderful human, who set up our Stella shop, which is full of empowering swag like dun dun dun, the pillow, the mugs, and other wonderful products. We also have these wonderful t-shirts that have girl power on them. And what's really interesting is that, not interesting, but really amazing, is that also our very, very talented Christine Lustig was the designer of this. So it is a community, it is a teamwork approach to really having this shop. So shop away, to support our collective mission to reach gender parity. Please visit stellalabs.org/shop and use the promo code SHOPSTELLA10 for 10% off your order. So thank you to the leaders of the San Diego Diplomacy Council for leading this important cause and connections to the YLI program in San Diego that had the outcome of this wonderful shop.
Woohoo! Now, I'd like to introduce our last panel titled Accountable Womanhood. Do you ever think about how you could really help lift others? Action is how we hope to make measurable change. Our panelists are joining us today to discuss critical steps we can take to create a more just world, infuse hope, and cultivate a legacy of good. Our panelists include Sienna Brown, Global Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at Power to Fly; Mac Conwell, Founding Partner of Rare Breed Ventures; Flossie Hall, Co-Founder of the Association of Military Spouse Entrepreneurs. This panel will be moderated by our very own Shan Curtin, Program Director at Stella Labs and founder of 3 Indigo. Thank you all so much for joining us today.
Hi, everyone. Glad to be here. How's everyone this afternoon or this morning? Because I know Sienna is in a different country.
Doing well. Really happy to be here and really excited to be in this panel with all of you other amazing individuals.
Fantastic, fantastic. Well, thank you so much to Raven for those short introductions. I do want to give a little bit more time and just introduce our wonderful panelists. First, we have Mac. He's a software engineer by trade and a former DoD contractor with top secret clearance. He was a 2-time founder with an exit and failure. Mac moved on to venture capital world via the Maryland Technology Development Corporation as part of their seed investment team. During his 4 years there, he amassed experience leading an initiative to create the Minority Business and Pre-Seed Fund, the first and only at the time state-backed pre-seed fund for women and minorities in the country. The program institutionalized the Friends and Family Round for Black women and minority-led startups and was subsequently funded a long-term by the state of Maryland. And in September 2020, he founded Rare Breed VC, a pre-seed fund that invests in exceptional founders outside of large tech ecosystems. Thank you so much, Mac, for being here.
Thank you for having
Next,
me.
we have Flossie, an active duty Navy spouse and an entrepreneur specializing in e-commerce marketing strategy, business development, growth of operations, and sales. She generated over 7-figure revenues within the first year of launching. She generated 7-figure revenues within the first year of launching her meal prep and delivery company, Healthy Mama, in 2015. She went on to sell over 500,000 meals and created over 100 military spouse jobs, donating over 10,000 meals to homeless veterans and mentor numerous individuals. She's known in her role for national military spouse advocacy and public speaking across local and national venues. Helped build and scale multiple accelerators and military programs. She served as CMO for technology startups and serves on various boards supporting the startup and military community. Has been invited to the White House and featured in the NASDAQ Tower in Times Square for her work. Right now, she's serving as COO and co-founder of AMSC, the Association of Military Spouse Entrepreneurs, since 2008, which has helped over 2,000 military spouses all around the globe to start, scale, and sustain their own businesses. Thank you so much, Flossie. And lastly, not least, we have Sienna J. Brown. She's the Global Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at Power to Fly, where she crafts strong DEI vision for the company and clients while leading a team of change makers towards creating inclusive cultures through compassion and behavioral change. Her focus is on the long-term impact and innovation with inclusive companies that elevate underrepresented talents. So every drive. Power to Fly team has impacted over 40,000 employees globally through strategic DEI actions, plans, and interactive training. Based in Spain, she brings a global perspective to DEI work and pushes companies to think inclusively about their employees. She prioritizes awareness, action, and accountability to spark change and create a meaningful impact. Welcome, 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 everyone.
What a rock star team, right?
No, right?
Love it, love it. Did we lose you, Shan?
It looks like Shan dropped out, but we can kick off the conversation until she comes back if we want to. And I know that we really wanted to start the conversation with how would we all define accountable womanhood? So, Flossie, I'd love to pass it to you first.
Yeah, so I obviously have advocated as a female entrepreneur myself and for a demographic of military spouse entrepreneurs for a long time. So accountable womanhood to me is to show up for not just my community to represent what I believe that they can be, but to also show up for myself and my family and my children, to be an example of all the things that I've ever wanted to be, the things I can be, and then to bring as many people as I can with me on that journey. So I think being accountable and accountable womanhood is to do all the things you've ever dreamed, or at least try to do those things as best as possible, but to do it as a team, do it with integrity, do it with truth and passion, and bring as many people as you can with you. So I think that's what accountable womanhood means to me.
I love that. And so many things were resonating when you were sharing, Flossie. Thanks. Mac, I'll pass it over to you.
So, as the one guy here on the panel, talking about accountable womanhood, for me, it's about community, right? How do you, as women, work together to support each other, right? It's not about, this is my space, this is my lane, I could be the only one. It's about how do you truly build the community, and, how do you help each other get into the rooms and the doors you deserve to be in and share those rooms. Not get into the room complaining about being the only one in the room, but never inviting anybody else to be in the room. Right? Exactly. It's not about being performative. It's about doing the work and truly supporting each other. So that's what it means to me.
I love that. I love that.
We want to hear from you. Hi, everyone from the main stage. So I would love to hear from you, Sienna, about how you feel about this topic.
Yeah, absolutely. So for me, accountable womanhood really looks like being able to lean in around intersectionality and then also around intention, right? So when we think about accountable womanhood, also realizing that that shows up in so many different ways, right? And so when I think about this, I really loved what both Flossie and Mac were saying about thinking and cultivating really community. And then as we're thinking about community, really being able to say, how can everyone actually show up as they are? And the last part about what accountable womanhood means to me is freedom, right? So a sense of freedom, a sense of how can we become the most amazing anomalies ever by really going against what society has crafted out for us for what we think that the path should be, instead of really being able to say, how are we showing up as our authentic selves, pouring into one another, and then thinking about womanhood from a sense of intersectionality.
I love that intersectionality piece because, historically, everybody's had their lanes, right? And now we're seeing this mesh, of meshing of webs of community, meshing of webs of like building your own jungle gym instead of climbing the ladder. So what is your view, Flossie, on that jungle gym as a woman, especially military spouses that are all over the world globally, and their challenges to like set up shop every single time they have to move? That is completely intersectional.
Yeah, and I have always used the jungle gym euphemism for the career of a military spouse as well. And we're 94% women, so we're constantly juggling all the hats at home of trying to put the career of the service member first, and then your family, and then you're always last. So it is really hard to show up for yourself, and that's why it was part of what is my definition of accountable womanhood, because in my own life and in the community that I serve and the community that I work with, I have to convince them to show up for themselves every day. So that intersectionality of balancing and juggling your career with your family, with your, marriage, and with what you want to do with your life is really hard. But you do have to say, I do want to achieve these things. I do want to start a business. I do want to do all these great things. And it is possible when you can see other great people doing these things as well. And you have great community around you supporting them to do those great things and showing you the way and giving you a leg up and handing you the tools and resources that you need. And sometimes just being a cheerleader on the good days and the bad. But that community is just such a good key resource, sometimes to just opening that door to saying, you can do it and you do deserve to show up for yourself and put these goals first. So I love that you said that, Sienna. So I fully believe in all those aspects. So it is really hard to do those things.
Yeah, I love that you bring up a cheerleader. Yesterday, we also heard about mentorship and championing, right? Championing leadership, a cheerleader and mentoring. So I wanted to also kind of the intersectionality of getting to even, right? And we're going to go into actionable aspects of creating change. But I wanted to hear from Mac a little bit about being an ally to get to even. Because sometimes when you're thinking about womanhood and feminism in general, it's kind of like this pendulum approach, right? You're like, okay, I need to pull it all the way over here. But to truly get to even, to make sure that we have equal representation of women, of course, women of color across the venture table, we need gentlemen like you to really come alongside us. And how do you feel in this whole community, and how do you support other women?
The way I feel in this community is it's simple, right? My job is to find and fund amazing entrepreneurs, full stop. And that comes in every shape, size, color, doesn't matter, right? And so for me, as a black man who has lived my life as a minority, right, I understand what it's like to be marginalized. And I also recognize that as a man, there are certain privileges that I have, and being honest and open with those, and making sure that I can use what little privilege I may have to support those around me, right? And to be an ally means to truly be supportive no matter what, and to call out things when you see them happen. And so I'll give you two examples, right? I literally left my job working for the state of Maryland to start my own fund because I watched an entrepreneur who I truly believe in become a surrogate mother in order to fund building her first prototype, because that was the only option she saw. And that was frustrating for me. On another side, more recently, I had an entrepreneur, a woman who was raising capital and had a fund try to lower her valuation because they found out she was pregnant. And I got so mad, I basically pushed that fund out of the deal and replaced them. And I told her she should never ever have to deal with that, right? And now, in both instances, I had to put myself in a position where there was a potential for me to lose out on things. But the morality of doing the right thing was far more important. And the fact that those two entrepreneurs were women shows me as an ally. But at the end of the day, when we talk about equal, it shouldn't matter. In any situation where something like that comes up, it is my job to be supportive and to help out, because we never move forward as a human race if we don't.
I love that. It's investing and championing the best entrepreneurs out there to increase our economy, increase the entrepreneurial ecosystem in general. Now, Sienna, I wanted to also kind of dive in. I like the tree approach, like the not the tree, but the forest view that we've already taken. But I want to go a little bit into the trees, right? What tangible ways can the startup or investor community ensure equal wealth distribution among Black and Latinx founders as a guru that you are in D&I?
Oh, that's a great question. And the one thing, or the first thing that came to mind is it's a big ask, but no, I was going to say the first thing that really comes to mind is thinking about the founders that are focused on impact and on community. And I say this because as we're thinking about equality, as we're thinking about leveling the playing field, a lot of the times when you have individuals, specifically Black or brown founders, and they have mission-driven businesses, there's going to be that ripple effect, right? So I know that we're also talking about accountable womanhood, legacy, et cetera, but when we really think about it, it's what is the focus of the company? What is the impact that the company is looking to have? And going back to what we were saying before, both Flossie and Mac, thinking about that aspect, right? So how is it not just making sure that we're finding one Black or brown founder to really invest in, but then also opening up the door for other introductions, for other individuals to get into the room, so that again, it kind of the snowball effect where we're not just looking at one individual, but we're really being able to say, how are we thinking about the larger term impact that we can have across the board?
Really important to really think about the why of the entrepreneur. As an impact investor myself, I'm always about how does the impact stay a part of the company's DNA. It has to be concretely within their DNA so that it passes on. We at Women's Venture Summit, we really care about women's issues and investing in women, and also making sure that the economy for women is amplified, right? So how can we, in tangible ways, being able to think, going back to that authentic womanhood, and really making sure that we're making that impact. What have you seen, all three of you? Maybe some examples of, because sometimes it gets not concrete. Let's get some concrete action to say, okay, how do we change this this ecosystem? How do we change it in concrete ways?
I'll go first. I mean,
yes, Mac.
One of the ways we change this industry in concrete ways is making sure that we do everything we can to uplift the stories in the entrepreneurs, the women entrepreneurs out there who are doing amazing things, and making sure they're being recognized, right? Shout out to Shelly Bell and Black Girl Ventures, where all she does every day is amplify the voices of other Black women who are starting businesses, right? And the more organizations we have like that, the better, because then those entrepreneurs do the same for each other, right? They create this, they make sure that their ecosystem is always active and being supportive. And that can be hard. We can all get into our own little silos. We can all get into our own little moments. But we're talking about accountability, making sure that within these ecosystems that these women are continuously communicating with each other, reaching out to each other, checking in on each other, making sure you're good, sharing information about pitch competition, sharing information about investors, sharing information about bad actors in the industry. Those are very tangible things, and they take work. And that's how we all move forward, and I'm happy to be part of that work.
You're reaching out and saying, okay, reach out, share resources, share opportunities. So Sienna, what have you seen of tangible aspects that we can really hold each other accountable, hold the community actually accountable as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I love this. For me, the one thing that I would say in regards to something tangible is similar to what Mac was sharing about sharing resources, is really engaging in more real and open conversations, right? Because there are so many things that I think about this a lot, right? Like, we can't do what we can't see, right? So when we're thinking about women founders and really being able to say, how can we also within our inner circles start sharing stories about what actually happened, but doing that in a way where we're able to also talk about this, not just from the business point of view, but from the human point of view as well, right? So learning how to lean in and actually ask the right questions to figure out who we have in front of us, and then really being able to use that to uplift and again, like, create that ripple effect that we were talking about before.
I love that. When I'm going to go to Flossie next, but I want to dive in a little bit, because storytelling is super important for entrepreneurs. Obviously, we just heard them pitch, right? Storytelling is super exciting, and also sharing of stories to see the entrepreneur that's just launching, to see herself or himself as a person of color or a woman founder, to see, okay, who's one step before us, right? And really those stories. How have you seen, before I go to Flossie, how have you seen some examples of how that works really well? Because sometimes it's kind of, I'm trying to be very tangible here. Sometimes it's very intangible. Like, we share something on LinkedIn or Twitter. There's some things that are little things, but then also bigger things that we can really help the ecosystem or help that entrepreneur. What have you found that has been really important in amplifying those stories and those voices?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to use a pop culture reference, and I wanted to think about Issa Rae, for example. Issa Rae, for me, is an amazing example because a few years back she said something like, how are we networking across, right? So how are we networking, similar to what you had said before, not trying to reach 5 levels up, but networking across and building that community. And so when we think about this and thinking about the sharing stories part, it's actively, we'll give a tangible step, actively create time on a weekly or monthly basis to connect with someone else, not just to learn from them or mentor them, but to also to grow with them and to have those moments where you can really talk about and share those stories in intimate settings, and then crafting out time for that, again, because it's very easy to get caught up in the weeds of how are we doing this, but actually saying how are we intentionally taking the time to do so as well.
I absolutely love that. I know my venture partner at Astra Ventures, Vidya, donates 1 hour of her time per week for this accelerator or that accelerator. So also democratizing across different communities. So love that. Flossie now, going back to that original question of like, what are some examples that you see on this, accountable womanhood, and kind of sharing your 2 cents there?
Yeah, so I have 2 things. Like, one, to piggyback off of that, I do a lot of mentorship, but a part of my mentorship is to carve out action items of my time, not just me telling you what to do. If I see that you're a founder and I can actually do something for you, like, can I spend 30 minutes of my time giving you a pitch deck template, or actually going through your sponsor deck and putting it together, or a flyer, or walking through your website? Not, again, just me talking to you or mentoring you with my time, but is there something that might take me 30 minutes that would take you 5 hours? Is there something in my skill set that I can actually do the work for you? So I always believe if there's something that I can do for you, where sometimes an entrepreneur just needs somebody to do it, it takes too much time for them to learn it and struggle through that, where you can use your skill set to just take one easy thing off their list. And then the second thing is to put your dollars into these entrepreneurs' pockets. I always say at the end of the day, we can amplify their messages all day, but buy their products, buy their services. We need to get revenue in their pockets, and we need to create financial impact and economic impact at the end of the day. So when you're shopping and you're sharing these messages, or you're seeing them shared by some of these great places, click on the links and buy their products and sign them up. Or when you're having websites designed or services at your home, or whatever you're doing, look for these entrepreneurs and actually sign up and put your dollars there, or put a few dollars towards their WeFunder campaign and become an investor. Write those checks, put those dollars there, and actually make an impact with your money.
I love that. The power of the purse is so important. We wholeheartedly believe that at Women's Venture Summit. You'll see that all of the contractors that we have are women or people of color, so that we support our community by the dollars and cents that we really go out there to our community. One thing about this too that I just wanted to add before we go into the legacy piece, because I think that legacy for good and serving of the community is super important. We'll kind of go into that next. But about really making sure that we are standing up for people. Sometimes we get caught up even just in our networks ourselves, saying, okay, I know all of these women in this network. How have you seen that people can reach out to other networks that they're not familiar with? It's kind of like that same adage of like, where do I find ideal customers that are outside of my small or good size customer base? So any insight there, Mac, on how do we reach out to other communities that we might not be associated with, that we can really help other women know how to do that as well?
Yeah, so reaching other networks is all about, the networking process, right? And so when you don't have a network, you go about trying to find it by going to events, meeting as many people as you can, doing virtual events like this. You try to use LinkedIn and Twitter to the best of your ability to get your voice out there, to be heard, to get your opinion known. But then I think the more critical piece there is, once you start networking and going to these events and meeting folks, it's then the folks that you meet opening up their networks to you, right? It's about the other women that you work with introducing you to their networks, opening doors for you, giving you seats at the table, because we all have dispersed networks, but we become really powerful when we share those networks and we bring them together. And again, that goes back to accountable womanhood.
I love that. And also holding yourself accountable to do that, right? When you go into a networking room, then saying, okay, how do I pull this person out there? And holding other people accountable, say, can you introduce me to this other person who is good for me or for a colleague of yours? Sienna, what about you? What have you found that is good to be able to reach out to those other networks?
Yeah, absolutely. The first thing that I was going to say is like provide value. Not in a bad way, but in a way that a lot of the times we live in a time where it's like, hi, nice to meet you. Can you do X for me? And we've lost a little bit of that, like, I have someone in front of me right now, right? So something that I do, and I actually work with a lot of women on, is being able to say, when you do get into that room, right, when you do have that opportunity, how are you leaning in from a place of service? How are you leaning in, being able to share why you want to be connecting with that person, really being able to lean in and say, hey, well, this is how we can have a mutual relationship, and not just thinking about it in the short term, right? But I really do think that the best way to open different doors, right? Whether it's to different communities, whether it's to different opportunities, potential investments in the future, is building long-term relationships, right? So showing up, being someone that people want to interact with, and then again, they will be saying your name in rooms that you might not necessarily be in, because you know how to communicate, with clarity and confidence, and then also navigate and build a long-term relationship from a place of value.
I love that too, and abundance as well, right? So abundance and value sharing is super important. So in the last couple of minutes that we have, I want to kind of take on this legacy piece of leaving a legacy of good. One of the things about legacy, it seems so vast, right? And can be more of a personal journey for some people, especially among women. What more can we do to build and uplift each other through this legacy piece? Sometimes some people have a legacy piece of their own children or their own communities. Maybe it's a bigger thing of seeing what am I impacting the good in the world. So Flossie, do you want to take this first, and then we'll go around?
Yeah, so for me, it honestly is just leading by example and continuing to be an example for not just my community, but anybody that is looking up to me in any way, whether it's my children and my girls or my boys, my husband who supports me every step of the way, or the entrepreneur that thinks that they can't be an entrepreneur yet. I want to lead by example and make sure that everything that I do, people know that I do it out of a servant's heart, just like you say, Sylvia, lead with a servant's heart. And everything that I'm doing, I'm not doing it with bad intentions. Yes, I want to build amazing businesses. Yes, I want to make, a lot of revenue and great money, but I want to do great things with that. And I want to pay it forward in every way that I can. Just like in my bio, when Shan was reading it, my first company made a lot of money and sold a lot of meals, but we also donated thousands and thousands of meals. So no matter what I do in my life, I want to make sure that I'm constantly paying it forward to anybody and everybody that I can. And that's my legacy and how I live my life, because I can't get anywhere in my life without somebody else who's supported me or opened a door for me, like Max said, or a window or a fire escape, because I feel like you can't do this alone, and entrepreneurship is hard and lonely. So my legacy is to help others and support others and make sure that others can look up to me and say, she's doing it, she's transparent, she showed her struggles, she showed her successes, and if she can do it, I can do it too.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing. And Mac, what about you? How are you leaving a legacy for good in this world?
So for me, when I think about leaving a legacy, it's really around all the entrepreneurs that I help and seeing them help other entrepreneurs, right? My legacy is going to be the legacy of paying it forward, right? Like, I'm not here if not for the people who helped me. And so making sure that I'm opening doors for others and watching those others open doors for others, right? And so as we do that, that builds on this, that keeps building and building. And so one day, hopefully people can look back and be able to trace the steps from me and Rare Breed Ventures and the people who helped me, and then all the people I help and the community and ecosystem that helps grow, all over the country. And so that's what legacy means to me, how I think about it.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing. I love all of this. I'm like super pumped. I'm like, okay, we all are amazing humans and doing good in this world. And Sienna, do you want to close us out to let us know about your impact and how you're thinking about legacy?
Yeah, absolutely. For me, it's making me think of an Andre Lorde quote that talks about caring for myself is not self-indulgence, right? And specifically as women, and specifically as someone who identifies with a few different identities, I really think that we need to be learning how to pour into ourselves more and taking that time for ourselves to reflect, to think about where we want to be, and then also to heal, right? I think that that's something that's so important when we think about how are we leaving a legacy. I also think about how are we healing generational trauma or beliefs, right? My background is originally in psychology, so really thinking about doing that mindset work before and then being able to, similar to what Flossie has shared, but build a life bigger than you could have ever imagined, and then inspire other people to be able to do the same with whatever that means for them. And so I definitely think as you're growing a business, as you're scaling impact, as you're also working on yourself, always remember, how can I come back to what I actually need, and then learn how to communicate that with boundaries, and then also showing up for yourself, your families, and your loved ones.
Absolutely have loved this panel. Thank you, Mac. Thank you, Flossie. Thank you, Sienna, for sharing yourselves, sharing some tangible things, some things about impact in general for our community, to grow our community around diversity and inclusion, women, and accountable womanhood. So thank you so much for being here with us today. It has been such a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm really looking forward to this next conversation. Elaine, as the etiquette expert, I'd love to know what your thoughts were on this morning's panel. This isn't Tinder.
Oh, you know, the thing that really, really resonated with me was that you can be competitive and kind at the same time. And the reason why that stood out to me is because I have built a business on being kind and showing compassion and kindness towards others. Yet at the same time, I have built this empire, and business is not easy. Being a female founder is not easy. And so often people feel as though, as the etiquette lady, I should kind of shrink back and just not say anything and be very quiet and demure. But that's not the case. I can walk into a room and I can make demands if I need to, or stand my ground if necessary, and I have to be very firm but fair. Yeah, so that really stood out to me. I love that.
I like that. I do have a question, and answer it however you want.
Okay.
But they did touch on how long should a challenging relationship go on before you end it. But my question would be, how do you approach ending a challenging relationship?
Yeah, sure. So one of the things that I wrote in my book, Let Crazy Be Crazy, is to leave out the icky and keep the matter of fact. And what I mean by that is often as women, of course, we want to throw the whole kitchen sink at you. We want to talk about everything. We've got a long list on exactly what we're going to say. But my recommendation is to really think about the things that matter to you, and then filter through all the stuff that maybe, you know, you don't have to mention this or that or so forth, and keep the matter of fact. So if your goal is to end the relationship, then go in and say, I'm ending the relationship. Here's these few reasons why, you know, here's why, and very succinct and in a point, and then move away. But here's the key that people always forget when they're ending something, is you sometimes will leave a way out for the individual. If you want to end it, then end the relationship, and don't bring up stuff that they feel they can fix.
Okay.
Because then you go into fix mode and you're stuck in the relationship still, when all you really wanted to do was end it.
Okay, so like clear, this is
This is it. I've ended it, and here's why, and wishing you all the best. Awesome. Bye-bye. No, not that harsh, but yes.
Well, I want to dig in even more.
Sure.
Because you provide countless hours of advice. And as we reemerge from COVID, and it's more polarized and ever changed, I think education around etiquette right now is needed more now than ever. Can we take a moment to talk about your services, your journey, because we were involved with that journey a little.
Yes.
Your scale and what it looks like post-COVID.
Oh, certainly, yes. So my company is the Swan School of Protocol, which is an etiquette training institute. And I initially started out as just a public speaker. I was just doing keynote speeches and workshops and training and working with businesses and organizations. And I thought about the fact that I really needed to scale my business. I wanted to make real money. And I came about with this idea because there's three things that were happening. Because of my notoriety, I am the #1 etiquette expert in the country. Yes. And of course, I've appeared on countless television shows and so forth. And so with that, I get 3 questions from people. They'd ask me if they had a curriculum that they could purchase. They'd ask me if I could mentor them. And they'd ask if I could come to their city and do a workshop or a seminar. And they had a budget, but it wasn't enough of a budget to fly me out there and put me in a hotel and all that, right? Mm-hmm. So I had to start thinking about what to do and how to answer this. So I took about 2 years to really figure this thing out. And I got this idea in my head. I said, okay, what we'll do is it a franchise? Is it licensing? And I talked with the franchise attorney and figured out it's a licensing program. So I had the idea, but didn't know how to really put it all together and structure it. So that's when I went to Stella Labs. And I went through this scale program, which really helped me to take all of the ideas that I had and conceptualize it and put it together, and then think about how I can create a recurring revenue type model. And so what I came out with is a licensing program. Mm-hmm. We launched in November of 2017, and individuals come in, we train them in the area of etiquette, and we get them certified, and then we license them so they too can operate as a Swan School of Protocol in their city. And today we have over 24 independently owned and operated Swan Schools throughout the United States, and during COVID we even launched one in Lagos, Nigeria. So it's absolutely incredible. And the thing that's so great about this is these are women who are now having an impact on their community. They're providing providing courses and classes and after-school programs or working with companies and organizations to provide etiquette consulting and training. So we're helping these women to grow their business. So we don't just throw the business at them, but we really help them and support them the entire way. We do everything. They literally leave. It's a turnkey operation. So we do everything: their websites, their business cards, their infrastructure, their systems, their processes. We make sure that this is what we're doing. So it's a continued mentorship along the way.
Awesome.
Yes, and we're having fun doing it.
Spreading the knowledge while also building the business.
Yes, absolutely.
Love it.
So we're spreading that etiquette love.
That is fantastic. So empowering.
Thank
Great
you.
Story.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
In case our viewers want to learn more or connect with you, what is the best way for them to do that?
Oh, certainly. The best way to reach me is to visit my website, swanschool.com, and you can also follow me on any social media platform at Elaine Swan, and that's Swan with 2 N's.
So now we're about to announce the winner of Fast Pitch 2021. Before we do that, we have another exciting announcement. We've partnered with Loon Creek Capital to bring even more investment opportunities to our network. Stella Labs and Stella Angels will be leading SPVs, which are special purpose vehicles based on investor demand for any finalist of our Women's Fast Pitch who have an open round. We are ecstatic to offer pathways to investment in startups featured in the pitch competition. We know that talent is found everywhere, but opportunity is not. So we bring the opportunity to the talent.
Now, it's the moment we've all been waiting for. We have our 7 founders on screen. On behalf of Cooley and Cooley partner Karen Deshane, I am so excited to announce the winner. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the Women's Fast Pitch 2021 winner is Adriana Vazquez with Lilu.
Thank you so much. I don't know what to say. Thank you for this opportunity. Thanks for all the WBS team. I mean, working with you has been amazing, and I mean, I'm so inspired by everyone's building something amazing here. So it's really, really just such an honor, and I really believe that it's forums like this where we can make a difference and build a better future, right? We're funding the dream companies of tomorrow that are going to have such a big impact, and we really couldn't be doing it without you. So, thank you so much.
Well, fantastic. Congratulations, Adriana. We are so, so proud of you. And thank you, Lana and Cooley, for being here with us and taking the time to come to the studio and stay with us today. This was really incredible. We're so thankful for you. Women's Fast Pitch 2021 was a total success thanks to Cooley's continued support of Women's Venture Summit. So thank you kindly. Now, as a business owner myself, I know that it's sometimes not only that cash is queen, but the resources I have received over the years that have made all the difference in the growth of my business. I tell you, so along with the $10,000, all right, investment, the winner receives the following: over $130,000 in gift-in-kind business services from our valued sponsors. First of all, we have on the list was Amazon Web Services, $100,000 of AWS credits. Stripe is going to give $30,000 of credit fees to use their platform through their partnership program. WordPop PR has provided a press release kit to the winner because she will have to announce her big win in a very, very big way. And the Executive Cat Herder, who gives strategic marketing support for entrepreneurs. She Invests has also provided an investor relations strategy session as well.
That's exciting.
It is. I'm so excited. I want to give stuff away. Media training. Media training.
Yes, that would be fun. Okay, next year.
There we go.
Okay. Well, maybe if the founder has a thing, maybe
if they have something,
yeah,
Adriana, if you need some help,
there you go.
I'm here to give and to share.
She's amazing.
Thank you.
Oh, of course. Yes, indeed.
In addition to winning the Women's Venture Summit pitch competition, we're pleased to announce that through a partnership with the Brink SBDC at the University of San Diego, the application fee for the San Diego Angel Conference will be waived, and you will have the opportunity to compete for even more investment opportunities. Congratulations again.
Well, thank you once again to our Women's Fast Pitch sponsors, Cooley. As we said from the beginning, it's about walking the walk and talking the talk. They showed up over and over again for our entrepreneurs, right? They get on calls.
They do.
And also sponsor us as an organization. That's huge. But we also had other sponsors, the Impact Seat and Next Wave Impact, who really helped us with getting all of these founders pitch prepped. Judging was made possible with a digital scoring platform through the Women's Fast Pitch called Rocket Judge. Additionally, a huge shout out to our application reviewers. I mean, that's like way back in like June. I mean, it's like a world ago, right? And our judges who volunteered their time and talent to serving founders across the United States. We just heard from the panel saying, show up, volunteer your time, and thank you for the judges and the reviewers for the Women's Fast Pitch. We can't do it alone. If you missed the pitches or want to re-watch, you can easily hop on over to the Stella Labs YouTube channel and follow us there so you can get all the wonderful videos. For those interested in pitching in 2022, please keep your eyes peeled and open. The call for applications is typically announced in late May, early June.
Yeah. And I'm the one that gets those emails.
Yeah, Raven is the woman, right?
I love seeing them all come in. It's just so exciting.
Yeah, so many great innovations and wonderful women founders, and we are searching for all of you from all over the place.
All over the U.S.
Right? We just want to. We need to talk to some of your
Alaska, Hawaii,
your licensees and see if they can help. We're like having all these synergies right now. I love it. I love it.
This is how it happens.
This is how we build a relationship.
Yes, community.
Lastly, another friendly reminder about the Special Purpose Vehicle, or as SPV, as we like to call it. Women's Venture Summit is pleased to offer pathways to investment in the startups featured in the pitch competition today. While investors are always welcome to invest independently, we also offer participation in SPVs in a $5,000 unit. If you're interested in any of these companies featured, you have 3 ways to get introductions to the founders and information on our SPV offerings. 1, fill out our investor form, or email hello@stellaangels.org, or join us for Women's Venture Summit Investor Open House on September 20th from 2 to 6 p.m. Pacific, I'm guessing Pacific time.
Pacific Standard Time. It's on Monday, so only in like 2 days.
2 days. The link is available on any of the interactive due diligence sessions pages you previously attended. We will also include all the information in a post-event email. We would love to see you invest with us.
Innovation and creativity go hand in hand. We just heard from women innovators who are inventing life-changing technologies and challenging the way we take care of our planet. But creativity can spur social change. So on that note, we have a very special treat for you. We're pleased to present a music video by 2 amazing good humans, a California alternative pop music duo and partners in love and life making music, Sarah Kula and Natalie Ray of Kula Ray. With Sarah Kula surviving cancer and all of the trials and tribulations Kula Ray has faced, they vow to live each day to the fullest by giving back love and appreciation through their music and faith. To inspire your life, love, and impact, here is Kula Ray performing their original song, Trying.
Hello, I'm Sarah Kula.
And I'm Natalie Ray.
Together we make Kula Ray. We are partners in love and life.
And also music.
We are sharing a song with you called Trying.
It's one of our originals, and we actually wrote this song after Sarah battled cancer and also lost her dad.
It was a wild ride, but we're blessed to have music as an outlet and therapy, so we hope it inspires you as it inspires us.
I've been having a hard time
accepting myself, scared but hopeful, though I can't seem to get me out of this small little room I created myself, where my mind plays tricks and no one's there to help me, and I'm searching, looking for my reason. These four walls are deceiving, I can barely breathe, but I'm trying. I'm strong and I'm beautiful, yeah, I'm trying. I've been through so much, but I'm alive, and I didn't love myself, but now I do. I'm strong and I'm beautiful. I don't know where I'm going, I just know where I've been. Gotta keep my mind right so my life can begin again. And I'm searching, looking for my reason. These four walls are deceiving, I can barely breathe, but I'm trying. I'm strong and I'm beautiful, yeah, I'm trying. I've been through so much, but I'm alive, and I didn't love myself, but now I do. I'm strong and I'm beautiful, yeah, I'm trying. I'm strong and I'm beautiful, yeah, I'm trying. I've been through so much, but I'm alive, and I didn't love myself, but now I do. I'm strong and I'm beautiful. I'm strong and I'm beautiful. I'm strong and I'm beautiful. I'm strong and yeah, I'm beautiful. I'm strong and I'm beautiful. I'm strong and yeah, I'm beautiful. I'm strong and I'm beautiful. I'm strong and I'm beautiful. Thank you so much. That's our song, Trying. You can go ahead and find that on Spotify, any streaming version.
All platforms.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yes, thank you so much. We are Kula Ray.
Sarah Kula, Natalie Ray.
Bye.
We'll see you soon.
I have the honor of introducing our last keynote speaker for this weekend. They are a team of incredible women from Hello Alice, a platform which prioritizes helping small businesses launch and grow. A free, multi-channel platform powered by AI technology, Hello Alice guides business owners to providing access to funding, networks, and services. Hello Alice exists to serve every American with an entrepreneurial spirit. So first, we have Elizabeth Gore, president and co-founder of Hello Alice. Second, we have Megan McDonald, VP of Marketing. And last but not least, we have Danielle Telleria, Manager of Engagement and Social Media, who is moderating this final keynote. Hello, ladies. So glad that you are part of Women's Venture Summit. It means a lot to have you involved with our mission to support small businesses and female founders. Thank you all so much for joining us today.
Howdy, y'all. So glad to be with you.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone. So happy to be here. What an amazing event.
Welcome to your final keynote session of the Women's Venture Summit. This one is Mission to Money. So I wanted to start off by congratulating all of you for being here, for spending the last 2 days learning, connecting, and rising. You made the right decision. We love to see it. And really, when women are gathered purposefully, you can feel it. You can feel it through the screen. You can feel it across states. And I know I feel it. I know Elizabeth and Megan are going to feel it. I know you guys are feeling it too. So thank you all for being here for our last fireside chat. And today we're going to talk about how being steadfast into your mission can not only make your marketing more effective, make your business more money, but also help you raise venture money as well. So I have the pleasure of working with these two female powerhouses and learning from them every day. Elizabeth Gore, the co-founder and president of Hello Alice, and Megan McDonald, the vice president of marketing. And I know they introduced Hello Alice before we hopped in, but I'll tell you a little bit more about our platform. Hello Alice is a free digital platform, helloalice.com, that helps small business owners navigate the wonderland of entrepreneurship. And how do we do that? We get to know our owners and we provide them with the resources, learning tools, money, community, mentoring, really everything that they need to launch and grow their small business. And with a focus on what we call, I believe it was Elizabeth who coined this, the new majority, Hello Alice is a movement on a mission to level the entrepreneurship playing field. So let's get this conversation started, shall we?
Let's do it.
So, okay, my first question is to you, Elizabeth. So can you talk a little bit about how you've seen the landscape for women change throughout your career that led you into Hello Alice, and really how the Hello Alice mission was defined?
Sure. Well, howdy, everyone. It's such an honor to be with you. Thank you, Danielle and Megan. Listen, any of y'all that are out there who are setting out to raise capital, I commend you. I am here for you. It is hard, but worth it. I promise you. So I was 10 years helping women's initiatives at the UN, and then went to Dell Technologies, where I got really passionate about small business owners. And then I met my co-founder, Carolyn Rods, and both of us saw not just a problem, but an opportunity. Maybe we'll call it a opportunity that women, people of color, our US veterans, the LGBTQ plus community, other really talented small business owners were not getting equal access to capital. And what we saw there was an opportunity, because when this group is given equal access to capital, they are more profitable than their white male peers. And so to me, there was a huge upside there. So both of us got really passionate, not just about that this is the right thing to do, but it's really financially optimal. So we have a strong belief that of the 500,000 or so small businesses that we help each day, that if we can provide that access to capital, all of you will succeed. How has the landscape changed? Well, I'll tell y'all, it's not changed fast enough, but I do think we're going in the right direction. We'll talk a little bit about raising capital, but we've raised 4 rounds of capital, and the numbers have actually gone backwards. So as a woman Latina owned company with less than 2% of venture coming our way, that number used to be higher 10 years ago. So we got to really figure this out and fight forward. I will say, I think that digital is democratizing access. And like many of you, what 18 months that we've had. I mean, I'm teaching 4th grade match, what I suck at with my kids. I was helping aging parents and then running this business. So there was so much to be done. But when we were raising our Series B, there was no in-person meeting. So I didn't have to go to these networking events. I didn't have to golf. I don't want to golf. I didn't have to do a lot of the things that tend to sometimes cut out women. It was over Zoom. And so to me, it kind of piqued me. I don't want to go back to normal. I want to go to a new normal where women and people of color are given more access through technology. So that got me pretty excited. So I do think we're going in the right direction. I also think data is super critical. Again, if we keep showing the success markers of women and people of color and other amazing entrepreneurs, as a country full of capitalists, I'm hoping that that will be the tipping point to continue to push more capital our way. So I'm an optimist. I think we're going in the right direction. I want us to hurry up a little more. And the upside of that is people will make a lot more money.
Thank you. So for you, Megan, I know that you have extensive experience in marketing and that Hello Alice's mission was really one of the main reasons why you wanted to join the team. So talk to us a little bit about how the company's mission is integrated into marketing and how that's proved successful.
Absolutely. And I'll echo the sentiments. So excited to be here and love even hearing from the women on my own team. So hopefully you're enjoying it just as well. So Danielle is right in that mission was a huge part of why I joined Hello Alice. And I've had a lot of experience over 20 years. And at the end of the day, I went through a big exercise to figure out what I was missing in my career. And what I was really missing was that feeling at the end of the day of, God, I did a lot today to help people and help them succeed. And not that I haven't had that in roles before, and not that I haven't had that in other companies, but if you think about what we're doing, we're working on behalf every single solitary day of 500,000 small business owners and growing. So what we do not only impacts one owner, two owners, three owners, we're looking to change the landscape for millions of small business owners. And when you think about the impact that can have further, small business owners, and especially diverse small business owners, hire diverse employees. So to me, there's long-standing benefits that go way beyond, is my email getting opened? Is my email getting clicked? At the end of the day, our mission is being fulfilled each time we connect an owner to a resource, to a tool, to a piece of to a source of capital that will help them advance their business. And therefore that enables them to succeed, and they're able to help others succeed through, thriving economies, through all of that. And I think the best example of how we employ that on an every single solitary day basis, and Danielle can attest to this, and Elizabeth, is we speak directly to the people, our audience. And, you can think about it from the perspective of here's what we have, or here's what we do, or here's the money that we can, get into your hands. But really, we look at it like we have an audience of people who want time, right? Because they're super busy and they have so much to do and so many priorities. They want money, whether it's saving money or making money, right? And then they want community and they want motivation. And every piece of marketing that we put out, we really look at a lens from it. Who is the person viewing this piece? Name one name, one business owner, and let's speak directly to that person rather than speaking in generalizations about what we think someone might read or what we think someone might respond to. It's really about connecting with that fitness studio owner in that town, or that woman sitting behind her computer trying to build a digital business that scales. What are we saying, and how can it be best understood by that person? And that's really how we live our mission, both on the macro level, but on the very micro level, every day in every piece that we develop.
And adding to that, is there any specific advice that you'd give a female founder who might be struggling to link their mission to their marketing? Anything that you always keep top of mind when we lean into a new project?
It's hard, right? And I totally understand the balance of you have to make money and you have to make payroll and you have to move the business forward, and you want to fulfill your mission. So it's really an ebb and flow, and there's a big exercise in balance in doing so. But at the end of the day, if you have a product or service or a business and you think about how it fulfills your mission, it's likely fulfilling a need that someone has, and ideally a group of people, right? So that you don't have one customer, although one customer is great, right? One's how you start. Or you're solving a problem which people have. So at the end of the day, if you can think about whether it's putting a shirt in a box and shipping it out to your customer, or providing an outstanding experience for a guest in your business, you are, at the end of the day, fulfilling a need or solving a problem, or changing and improving someone's life. And if you think about that and building on that repeatedly, really coming back into that on an everyday basis can be really powerful. We get the luxury of getting feedback from small business owners and hearing their amazing success stories. And that's what keeps us going, right? Because it's hard and it's hard to ask for capital that we raise to deploy to small business owners. But at the end of the day, when you see that comment or you look at that business owner in the eye and they tell you how powerful it is, that's what keeps you going. But not to say it's really easy to just stick to your mission and stick to your guns. It's a huge exercise for sure.
Thank you. All right, now let's get back to money. Elizabeth, you and Carolyn Rods just closed a $21 million Series B raise, so yay for you. That's amazing. I know it's something that you're so incredibly proud of. The whole entire Hello Alice team is so incredibly proud of. But I'd love to hear a little bit about that process, how it changed from Series A to Series B, and really how the Hello Alice mission played a role in the process.
Sure. Well, first of all, just to give some context, we bootstrapped our company. We are a machine learning technology, which tends to be quite expensive to get it up and running before you even have a product to show. So I did want to just share a couple of things. In our early days, when we were pitching Silicon Valley and a lot of different funders, and we wanted to build a machine learning technology that helps women and people of color, and we're not going to sell data. It went over like a fart in church. It did not go over well. I'm just got to be honest. So we actually had to go find alternative capital. So we applied for a lot of grants. We got a grant from the Kauffman Foundation. We got an impact investment from Melinda Gates' Pivotal Ventures. We got an SBA grant, SBIR grant. So I wanted to just throw out there, in addition to fundraising in those early days, there are other forms of capital, and just get really good at paperwork and do the research and go after it. We did a seed round, a convertible note, an A, and then a B. And again, I'm more than happy offline to talk through each of those experiences. But for us, we really decided to raise money. And I think that's first and foremost, the first question is, should I be raising money right now? And is venture the right way to go? So for us, it was really at first need based. It was a literal cost based. So if we need this much money to build XYZ, and here's the expected outcome. Once we did have a minimum viable product, this is the other thing I wanted to share with y'all. We had hundreds and hundreds of meetings, which means we had hundreds and hundreds of no's. And I want you to know, even for men and folks that are super connected, you're going to get a lot of no's, and that's okay. And learn from those no's. I used to have a chart that showed, okay, why did this person say no? Why did that person say no? And I would see where there are patterns that we should really learn from and improve. You're going to have the occasional jerk. Don't write that one down. Just let that flow off your back and keep going. But it can be demoralizing after a while to hear no, because this is your baby, right? But then you'll find the yeses, and they'll be amazing, and they'll be strategic, and they will help propel you forward. The early days, it's hard to be super picky, right? It's really hard because you're just looking for that capital. But later and later rounds, particularly your Series A and B, that's when I would just highly recommend to get really careful about the money you go after and the money you accept. Lean on your network, do a lot of reference checks with the different venture funds and individuals you're going after. And don't just check the references they list. Talk to other founders, find them. Particularly as women, I feel like we've had a couple of circumstances of people on our cap table. One was in the Me Too movement. The other had some malfeasance, and thank God we had really good lawyers protecting us through the process. And that's the other thing I would say is, even though it's hard to write those checks, make sure you have great lawyers on board. Many of them will let you pay them once you close a round. That's another thing to ask for, but protect yourself, find the right capital. But this does go back to what Daniel and Megan were saying. Never vary from your mission as you are pitching. We started to put in the back of the deck our extreme focus on women and people of color. And we started getting the wrong funders. So we put it front and center, and the right people came through at the right time. We also fought really hard for our valuation. You can fight and stretch and get there. But y'all can do it. You'll find the right funders. They are out there. I think times are changing. But just keep asking, learn from the no's, and keep going.
That's great. So on Hello Alice, we have nearly 500,000 small business owners, and we know a lot of them are women. I believe it's 63% now. And I would love to hear from both of you guys. What are the struggles, the challenges that these female founders are facing, and how is that being addressed?
Go ahead, Megan.
Sure, absolutely. I think the amazing thing about so many of the business owners on our platform is they are us, right? They are living in our communities on a daily basis. I'm at the coffee shop this morning around the corner, which is owned by 2 women in my community, and they're at a soccer field where my sister-in-law is, and that's the amazing thing, that it's all of us, right? Building these small businesses, and Elizabeth's one of them. And we're so lucky to learn from her as a small business owner. The challenging thing is they face all of the realities that all of us have faced over the last 18 months in particular. And certainly there's macro issues facing women founders. But if you really think about the last 18 months, none are more evident than what you saw accelerate when they're running a business that may or may not have their cash flow disrupted, right? That may or may not, have their path to venture been disrupted, right? Because when COVID first happened, there was oh gosh, like, are people going to invest right now? And banks kind of put a hold on, said, let's see where this shakes out. There's the childcare situation. I mean, so many of the women on our platform are moms who, to Elizabeth's point, are teaching their children. They're watching their children. They have toddlers on their lap. Look at Whitney at Bumble. She brought her child to ring the bell at NASDAQ or on the stock exchange. So I think we can't ignore that women founders are women in our community, and they're facing so many challenges. And then you layer onto that all of the challenges they're facing with their business: disruptions in revenue, disruptions in operations, staffing, hiring. And what happens is they then are the ones that have to do the work, right? If you own a business and you can't find staff, in large part, you're making a choice. It's either closing temporarily or reducing your hours, or you doing the work. And then there's a lot of compromise and sacrifice that comes with that. So whether it's a brick and mortar business, or whether it's an e-commerce business or a digital business, there are disruptions all across the board.
And I know we have to wrap up soon, but Elizabeth, anything else you want to add to that?
Well, I would say use your network. Us women going in for the average pitch, the rates still aren't great on that. So bend your network, reach out to people, get warm intros, lean on women-owned LP VCs at first, and then ask them to intro you. Every meeting you get, even if it's a no, ask for another introduction. Stick to your mission, and don't forget to take care of yourself in the meantime.
That's so
Yes.
important.
Yes to that. Yes. I didn't even acknowledge the mental health challenge. As you were talking, I thought about, I addressed all this and I didn't respond. Like, what is the mental toll that all of this has taken on all of us? So take
for
care.
Sure.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And if we don't take care of ourselves, then there's no future for the female founders. So that's such a great,
for the world.
Yes.
And let's take care of each other, right? That's what's so powerful about this, is us taking care of each other too.
Absolutely.
So yes.
Absolutely. I hope everyone listening had such a great time this weekend. Please check us out on helloalice.com. We have so many great resources for you and the entrepreneurs in your community. Thank you, and have a beautiful weekend.
Thank you, ladies, so much for being here and offering your time and your expertise. We cannot thank you enough for closing us out.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you all.
Before we close out the day, I wanted to remind everyone that we have 4 additional track sessions after our live stream today. So remember to stay on SwapCard and check out the live on-demand sessions happening at 1 p.m. or coming up in a couple minutes. In our investor track, we have session 101E, Is There a Glass Ceiling in VC? With Kim Patel of Main Street. And also session 101G discussing pandemic-era investor trends with Alicia Robb of Next Wave Impact, one of our sponsors, Rihanna Nathu of Spectrum Impact, and how do you say that? Al Bashara of Interlock Capital.
For entrepreneurs, we have session 101F, non-techie, no problem, presented by Nelly Yusupova of TechSpeak.co. And session 101H, titled Assemble Strong Leadership, Raise More Money, presented by Cheryl Conti of the Impact Seat and Barbara Bickham of Women's Invention Fund Accelerator. Remember, there are back-to-back 15-minute pre-recorded sessions with some speakers available to chat in the live discussion box. So, Sylvia and Raven, this is it! We are at the end of the Women's Venture Summit 2021, which I think was an absolute success, especially with the complexity of hosting virtually for the second year we did this, right?
Yeah, and this year with everyone from the well. So thank you for being here. We tried this hybrid approach during the COVID season, so that was incredible. Here are 2 quotes from audience members, so because we would love to share. One of them is, diversity is about recognizing the differences, appreciating them, and finding ways to enhance those differences, as opposed to expecting people who look diverse to do things the traditional way or down the traditional path. Another quote was, great to see so many friendly faces and meet new ones. And then another one is, thanks, Vanessa. Oh yeah, thanks, Vanessa. Super powerful testimony of how women living with chronic illness can thrive and change the world at the same time. So impact and legacy and being our authentic selves is what people loved about the Women's Venture Summit. So gratitude abounds to so many of our sponsors who know that women entrepreneurs are the engines of our economy, and women investors create massive impact.
Thank you to our main sponsors, UBS, Cooley, DLA Piper, C3, the Impact Seat, UCSD Extension, UCSD Rady, Sapphire Ventures, Taggit, OCA Ventures, Next Wave Impact, and UCSD OIC. Ticket sponsors, thank you so much for the Center of Respectful Leadership, Silicon Valley Bank, JB Social Group, She Invests, Interlock Capital, Lanyon Advisory Group, Wolf 5, and some individual donors. Our community is so appreciative of your support. Community partners, thank you so much to The Brink, Village Up, Start Out, Changing Tides Movement, Flick, Female Founders Alliance, Startup San Diego, Women Founders Network, and Connected Women of Influence, the Association of Military Spouse Entrepreneurs, Power to Fly, and Join the Journey. Thank you to our Gift in Kind sponsors, Amazon Web Services, Stripe, WordPop PR, and She Invests.
The support was massive this year from all of our sponsors, partners, collaborators, and advocates. And this entire event could not have been executed so flawlessly without the amazing production crew that you don't see because they're behind the scenes of San Diego Finest City Entertainment, who not only manages to produce spectacular live events every time, but does it with grace, empathy, and a warm heart. Minority owned and operated, integrity focused, and impact driven, this crew is phenomenal, and we are all so eternally grateful. And lastly, Elaine. Thank you from the bottom of our heart. We reached out to you and you said yes, of course. I was filled with so much joy that you came alongside. You accepted to MC again. It's like, crazy people here asking you to do crazy things.
It's okay.
So thank you. You are the queen of etiquette and grace.
Thank you kindly.
Every time. Then right now, filled with the admiration that I have for you is just immense. And I'm so grateful for your support of the Women's Venture Summit as a Stella Labs alum. That's like such full circle.
It is.
It is. It's just like, and you serve before else. And I love that about you. So thank you for being part of today.
It's my pleasure. My
Thank
absolute
you.
pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It really does take a village. It took a team of deeply passionate women in support of our mission to design every single detail of your Women's Venture Summit experience. I'm honored to be given the opportunity to continually plan this event alongside Lauren Rowley, our Director of Investor Relations at Stella Angels, Dr. Sylvia Ma, partner at Ad Astra Ventures and our Stella Labs founder, April Enriquez, founder of WordPop PR, Dr. Debbie Chen, CEO of Hydrostasis, Flossie Hall, co-founder and COO of the Association of Military Spouse Entrepreneurs, Shannon Ferguson, founder of Fan Saves, Shan Curtin and Nita St. Hilaire, founders of 3 Indigos, and Layla Arbabi, marketing coordinator at Stella Labs. And last, but never ever least, I'm gonna keep it together here, bring on the biggest and boldest virtual round of applause for Women's Venture Summit co-chair and event director extraordinaire, Christine Lustig, founder of All Joy Creative. Christina is our North Star in putting this amazing event together for you, and it would not rise without her. She is extraordinarily creative. Extraordinarily creative, organized, mindfully dotting every I and crossing all the T's, so that this is an event you will remember forever. Christine, thank you a million times over for your tireless contribution in helping us get to even. We truly rise by lifting others, and when women support women, we get to reimagine and build a future that is more inclusive, intersectional, equitable, and diverse. Thank you for being a part of our vision in getting to even. Together, we rise. Please join us next year for the 9th Annual Women's Venture Summit on September 16th, 2020. 2022!
2022!
I can't even cry!
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and from us.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, absolutely.
To you.
To you.
Keep on entrepreneuring. Is that a word? Keep up investing, and keep on raising each other up.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.